Good afternoon, everybody. So, welcome to this important webinar. And since our schedule for the webinar is very tight, we'll like to start right away while people will continue to join. So, I have the great pleasure of inviting all the speakers and panel members as well as the participants from different walks of life. I'm R.K. Bansal from the Recycling and Environment Industry Association of India. And before we start the proceedings with respect to the subject, we have a small matter that our association has just completed 5 years of its life. And on this occasion, we have our president and former president as well as the founder, Mr. Nyati, present in this webinar. And I'll request Mr. President to address the gathering with respect to the 5th anniversary celebration. And Mr. Bhuvan Purohit, please.
Thank you, Bansal Saab. Friends, we know that our country, India, is a great nation, and our economic prosperity and self-sufficiency is slated to get better with the call from our Prime Minister for Make in India.
There is an audio disturbance because of not many people having mic on.
Can we request to keep the mic switched off, please?
What I'll do is I'll put everybody on mute, and I will only keep the speaker on unmute, please, if that's okay with everybody.
Yeah.
Well, so as I was saying, that our self-sufficiency is slated to become better with the call from our Prime Minister for Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. We know that we have a large growing population which has an ever-increasing demand on our natural resources. And just like any other nation, we too are deficient on several counts. The world has well understood that recyclables are the new resources. They are no longer called waste. In fact, they become waste only if humans lack the ability and the creativity to recycle. Recyclables make the resources available much more efficiently and at a fraction of environmental footprint compared to the primary conversions. I myself represent a metal recycling company that recovers metals from hazardous waste. A few years back, when I got in touch with Mr. K.P. Nyati, our founder, his passionate talk on zero landfill waste and a landfill-free India rubbed onto me. When I got back to my company, it kind of seemed difficult. But with some efforts, some consulting, some R&D at our labs, and some market development, we just achieved it. In fact, I'm now very happy to share that we recycle close to 30,000 tons of hazardous waste from oil refineries. And we do that with zero landfill waste and zero water discharge and complete heat recovery from our process. And not just that, we are doing almost 60% of our total chemicals produced from the process are going back into the same supply chain, making us a circular economy project. We are exporting 80% of our value-added chemicals, and all this has opened up a host of opportunities and value for our company. We are working to integrate renewable energy, water recycling, water harvesting, and now we have the vision to make our company carbon positive in less than 5 years. We as Indians have recycling in our rich past and almost encoded in our genes. And now we have access to technology and resources. But there has been a latent fear for recycling community. It's time we kill that fear with implementation of already framed standards, superior responsibility, and governance. I take this opportunity to appeal to the recycling community, the government bodies, the boards, associations, research bodies to come together and promote responsible recycling and to completely destroy the ill-founded fears that inhibit imports of recyclables by increasing the resource sufficiency for India. With that, I welcome all of you, the dignitaries and experts, our chairman, and all the guests to this webinar on SO2 controls in power plants, the necessity and challenges, which also marks the 5th anniversary of a dream, the Recycling and Environment Industry Association of India. With that, I hand over the proceedings to our past president, who has herself been a very active member of the association, Dr. Deepa Taneja. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Purohit sir. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to REIA. Recycling and Environment Industry Association of India proudly celebrates its 5th Foundation Day. It is not about the celebration. It reflects the passion and efforts of the association and its members. This wonderful day also motivates and encourages all REIA members for even more intense efforts towards achieving our objectives. REIA is an association representing environmental and recycling businesses and professionals with its focus to promote sustainable development through recovery, reuse, and recycling of resources. REIA's vision is to work towards making India a landfill-free country, to bring all the recycling and environment businesses on a single platform to provide mutual support and to make Indian industry, including recycling industries, environmentally as well as socially sustainable. REIA is the brainchild of Mr. K.P. Niyati, Mr. Kalyan Prasad Niyati. The journey started on 27th August 2015. Other directors of the associations are Dr. Ajit Nath Jha, Executive Director, myself, Dr. Deepa Taneja, Director and Past President, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Bansal, Secretary and Director General. Current office bearers are Mr. Bhuvan Purohit, President, Mr. S.K. Jain, Vice President Environment, Dr. Ashok Kumar, Vice President Recycling. Strength to strength. We started our journey with 41 members in the year 2017, with 43 in the preceding year, 57 in 2019, and totally our REIA family is 100 plus members, a strong strength. REIA holds several accolades under its banner, such as the publications on biomedical waste management rules and solid waste management rules in the year 2016. The association has conducted various consultancy assignments regarding environmental audits, EOPs candidates, EC-related issues, and many more. Mr. R.K. Bansal has made presentations on topics such as gap assessment and need analysis for capacity building for identification and management of chemical waste to Special Directorate on Chemical and Waste Management in Contest 2 POPs at NEERI, Nagpur. EPR and Circular Economy of E-Waste in India of the India International E-Waste Conference, Achieving Circular Economy for Plastic at a time when oil prices have plumbed up globally, leading to a decrease in the value of plastics, for TERI. REIA has conducted training programs on good quality EIA at Nagpur for EIA consultants and on environment management industries for Hindustan Zinc Limited. Bansal sir has also conducted sessions of SWH, a functional area, in workshop on capacity building of EIA consultant organized by NABET at Pune, Ahmedabad and Nagpur. And the recently well acclaimed webinar on draft EIA notification 2020. Thank you all and welcome to this platform. Over to Mr. Bansal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Deepa. I'll now request our founder, Mr. Nyati, to say a few words about his vision about this recycling association. Mr. Nyati, please. Nyati sir. So while we wait for Mr. Nyati, I'll request in the meantime Mr. J. S. Kamutra, the former member secretary of Central Pollution Control Board, to accept to chair the technical sessions of this webinar. He will be introduced by Mr. Nyati along with the vision about REIA. If Mr. Nyati is available, please take over. Otherwise, I'll request Mr. Kamutra to set the context of this webinar, please.
Thank you, Bantha sir, and good afternoon to everybody. So as we know that the implementation of the emission norms, which were notified by the Ministry of Environment and Forest in December 2015, is a major topic of discussion nowadays. If we see that the electricity, because these norms are related to electricity, and if we see the SDG goal, it refers to the clean energy also. But electricity consumption is one of the most important indices that decides the development level of a nation. And it is a key ingredient for accelerated economic growth and is considered vital for a nation's overall development. So we have to look into the challenges that we are facing and how we can meet the goals of providing clean energy at the same time a continuous energy. Providing reliable and quality power supply in an efficient manner is the immediate requirement of the day. There is a consistent growth in electricity demand due to increase in customer base, changes in lifestyle and consumption pattern. If you see the growth that has taken place, the Indian power sector has grown enormously over the past 6 decades from an installed capacity of 1,713 megawatts in 1950. It has grown to 3,43,000, more than that, megawatt as of June 30, 2018. And India's energy sector is dominated by fossil fuels, and in particular coal, which in 2017-18 contributed to about 2/3 of the electricity. Considering the pollution potential of coal-based thermal power plants, the Ministry of Environment and Forest in December 2015 notified stringent emission and effluent quality norms with the primary aim of minimizing pollution. The notification envisages emission limits for sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, nitrogen oxide, and mercury, which were not prescribed earlier. At the same time, making the norms for particulate matter more stringent. The implementation of these standards is in a phased manner depending upon the life of the plant when it was established. And then they have been categorized in 3 categories. The power plants which have been installed prior to December 2003, the power plants which have been installed between January 2004 and December 2016, and the power plants that have been installed subsequently. The aim of the new emission standards is at reducing emissions of PM10, sulfur dioxide, oxides of nitrogen, which in turn will help in bringing about an improvement in the ambient air quality. Various technologies have been employed for abatement and control of these pollutants. And the technologies employed for the control of the proposed limits of sulfur dioxide and NOx will also help in abatement and control of mercury emissions as a co-benefit. Limiting the use of water in thermal power plants will lead to water conservation, as thermal power plants are water-intensive sector. At the same time, leading to energy conservation because less withdrawal of water. Now, these standards are applicable to the captive power plants also. It's not that it's only applicable to the power plants which are connected to the grid. So the notification prescribed a guideline, time target for meeting the norms, while the initial deadline for compliance was December 2017. It was extended to December 2022. And the extension was necessitated because even government or thermal power plants had not placed order for FGT till December 2017. Now the implementation of these norms was in a phased manner. The power plants located within 300 kilometers of the NCR region had to comply with the norms by December 2019, whereas other power plants have a different time schedule based on the action plan they had submitted. In the report that NTPC submitted to the CERA, that the investment of installation of FGD will be around 0.7 crores to 0.8 crores, depending upon per megawatt, depending upon the location where we are installing this. And the total cost for compliance of SO2, NOx, PM will be around 0.8 to 0.85 crores per megawatt. This had many challenges also, especially the retrofitting of FGDs will increase the auxiliary power consumption of the thermal power plants by 1 to 1.5%, which will further increase the specific coal consumption and CO2 emissions. FGD also imposes additional operating costs to operate and maintain the system because we require limestone and it has to be transported, brought and used, and also the increase in the water requirement of thermal power plants. And the most important is the shutdown of operating thermal power plants for retrofitment, the time we take. As per CEA, the FGD is to be installed for a thermal capacity of about 236 gigawatt, including under construction and pipeline projects, requiring an estimated investment of over rupees 1,30,000 crores. As per the information, out of 441 thermal power plants which are mandated to install FGD, only 100 thermal power plants have ordered FGD equipment. And around 70 power plants are yet to place an order. 70% of the generating capacity are yet to place an order for that. So this implies that most of the thermal power plants will not be able to meet the 2022 guideline. Recently, the DIPB has come out with a circular of indigenization of the components, and in this regard, Ministry of Power has issued certain directions to the power plants that the minimum local content of 80% for FGD items over the next 5 years. This has brought another challenge. In addition to that, power sector has been declared as a strategic and critical sector. Mandated testing for cyber threat in respect of all equipment imported from different countries with prior approval of equipment of components from prior reference countries as specified. So this has brought another major challenge. Yes, when we talk about implementation or installation of FGD in a time-bound manner. The available capacity presently for installation of the FGD in the country is heavily booked, and many power plants have to have repeated orders repeated tendering as they have not been getting the response from the vendors. 30% of the power capacity existing has placed order for FGD, while 70%, around 70%, has still yet to do so. CPCP has recently asked the power plants which were to comply with the norm by December 2019 to pay a huge fine for non-compliance as a penalty for the environmental compensation. With the growing challenges and the existing scenario, it is anticipated that the target date for December 2022 may be missed by more than 70% of the thermal power plants. In that scenario, shutting down of 70% of generating capacity will not be feasible, keeping in view the electricity demand of the country. So this opens a wide vista of challenges which need to be looked into that. And I hope that today's deliberation and the webinar will give us a way where to move forward. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamitra sir. Now, before I invite the first speaker of the day, I'll just mention that the chief guest of the day, Justice Swatandra Kumar, will be joining us a few minutes before 5 to deliver his valedictory address, because he had some other commitments for the day. The second thing is that we will continue with our presentations for the time being and have all the questions and discussions in the second part of the webinar. So anybody who wants to ask any question or give any input on the subject can do so on the chat box. Kindly use the chat box as much as you want. And the third is kindly keep your audios and videos on. Now, I'm the great pleasure of inviting the first speaker of the day, Dr. Ajay Deshpande. Ajay Deshpande is a PhD in Environment Engineering, and he has the unique distinction of having a 360-degree view of the environmental management in this country. He has served as a regulator, he has served as a consultant, he is now having academics in his profile. He has served for 4 years with NGT as an expert member, and he is also working in the compliance review panel of Asian Development Bank. It will be a pleasure to hear Dr. Ajay Deshpande. Dr. Ajay Deshpande, please.
Can you just allow me the
Yes, sir.
my presentation? Yeah.
Yeah, sure, sir. You can share your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. There is huge audio disturbance actually. I hope it is visible now, so I'll just continue with this. Okay, so my topic of discussion is setting the environmental standards, and I will be coming with a new concept which is already prevailing all over the world, that is related to the need of an regulatory impact assessment for setting up the environmental standards. So basically now, as already some of the speakers have already mentioned, the post-pandemic scenario will see a lot of activities in the front of economic development, and there will be huge focus on the on the industrial as well as the infrastructure development. And particularly with this Atmanirbhar, there will be several new types of industries, several new types of policies which are going to come. And in fact, Mr. Kamitra has already mentioned certain regulations which have come after the Atmanirbhar scheme. Now, coming back to the main concern, because of this large-scale industrialization, whether there will be a pushback on the environment or there could be a beneficial way, which I'm optimistic for, that we will have a more access to the cleaner technology, maybe economic instruments like circular economy, and also we'll find some good ways to deal with the problems. All of us know the Atmanirbhar scheme, and it is having 5 pillars, which is well documented also, and where the economy is the first pillar, then the second is the infrastructure, system, then the vibrant demography and the demand. So all of them are very important, and unless and until a good governance system is supporting that, I don't think this will be feasible to go for the real or really achieving the Atmanirbhar per se. So what is required? So when you see from the environmental governance point of view, basically what is required is, first thing is there has to be regulatory certainty. We must know what is going to come and what type of actions are being initiated, what types of standards are being regularized or promulgated. There has to be predictability also. It can't be unpredictable. Just tomorrow issue some notification and implement it. It can't be. So basically the major thrust has to be on the regulatory certainty and the predictability. Then we need to have long-term policies and targets also. You can't think in a 1 year horizon now, because we are talking about pan-India environmental policies and standards. So all the policies and standards will have to be on a long-term basis. The third, which is very important, I think, where a lot of focus is now given by NGT, is promote compliance with the deterrent action on the non-compliance. So if the person or if the industry is non-complying, there has to be deterrent action so that the compliance becomes much cheaper, much convenient, and also hassle-free. And at the same time, there had to be policies for efficient and environmental friendly competitive sectors. And the most important, which is last but not the least, that evidence-based policies have to be there. We need to come out with policies, standards, regulation, which are strictly based on the evidence, technical data, as well as the feasibility of that. And overall, what is it is nothing but a good environmental governance. So when we just look back to our environmental regulations, all the 3 major regulations, that is the Air Act, Water Act, and the Environmental Protection Act, they are basically focusing on the science-based, information-based governance. In fact, when we talk about the standards per se, it is very well documented in the rules and regulation, and as well as in that all the standards need to be defined considering the ambient environmental quality. So basically ambient environmental quality is the core, and all the standards have to be linked to that, and which requires a lot of data collection, a lot of modeling, research activities and other things also. If you see the Water Act, it gives very specific reference to the economical and reliable treatment. In the EP Act, it talks about regional approach, which requires a lot of cumulative assessment, regional assessments and other things. And also, luckily, all these 3 acts refers to coordinated national and state level research, and it talks about data collection. And most importantly, it talks about dissemination of the data in the public. So we are not restricting the environmental data availability to RTI. In fact, but the law mandates the regulators to publish the data on the environmental quality of the state or the center on a very regular basis. So just for example, in Water Act, actually it is very well mentioned that the CPCB has to lay down the standards, stream and well, but in consultation with all the concerned. That's very important one. The SPCBs will have to lay down the standards for effluent as well as the quality of the receiving waters. And most importantly, as I mentioned, to evolve the economic methods of treatment. So if you see here, there is a close coordination which is expected between the CPCB and SPCB. And also at the same time, there is a phraseology which is very important, economical and reliable methods of treatment. In terms of where it is little different, where CPCB has been mandated to lay down the standards of the quality of the air, that is the ambient air quality. But uniquely, section 17 talks about the CPCB to SPCB to lay down in consultation with the state boards and with reference to the standards of the quality of air, they had to design the emission standards. But most of our air quality standards have not been promulgated under the Air Act. They have been promulgated under the Environmental Act. Hardly few states have used these powers to prescribe the air quality standards per se. But here I just want to emphasize that everywhere the environmental quality is primary important. Similarly, in the Environmental Act, we have specific provisions that central government to lay down standards for the quality as well as standards for emissions. So both the powers for quality of the air, quality of the environmental parameters as well as quality of the emissions parameters are with the central government. And then we have different authorities where actually the restrictions of areas where industries can come or cannot come, something like EI notification, CRG notification, all those powers also requires a lot of research and development. So when we see the environmental standards per se, there are normally three types of standards. One is the ambient-based standards, technology-based standards, and benefit-based standards. So our rules and regulations, particularly the acts, provide for ambient-based standards because, as I mentioned, the environmental quality is prime and everything is linked to that. But most of the time now, Indian standards are a combination of 1 and 2. They are specifying the ambient-based standards also, plus technology also many times specified into that. We are not going or we have not adopted the benefit-based standards so far, neither there has been an attempt to do that. And also we have two different categories of standards. One is the pollution concentration-based standards or pollution load standards. So some of the standards in the country are on the pollution load, but most of the standards are on the concentration-based standards. And in fact, that is one of the issues the industries are facing because concentration-based standards means at every point of time you have to meet the standards. But in load-based standards, you are given a flexibility. Okay, in a day you have to meet or you have to discharge this type of emissions. Earlier, most of the sulfur dioxide emissions from the power plants were on the load-based. Now it has been converted to the pollutant concentration-based standards. So when we make the standards, there are two concepts. One is the preventive and precautionary. But if you see the nomenclature of the acts also, like air prevention and control of pollution, water prevention and controls, everywhere the term prevention has been used. Though the term prevention has been used, it has been prudently linked in the definition with the precautionary approach, or I will call it as a anticipatory governance approach. So, for example, you can just see the emission standards are linked with the ambient standards. The pollution control systems need to be approved for design. It is a preventive. Pollution control boards have to certify that the air pollution control systems are appropriate and adequate to meet the standards. But with the time, the preventive efforts are losing ground and the precautionary principle or precautionary approach is getting more and more dominance, which is not really envisaged in the acts per se. So when this precautionary principle is used, it is basically used when the policymakers justify the discretionary decisions actually, where the knowledge is lacking. But lacking of knowledge cannot be excused on a long-term basis because the law provides for research, law provides for techno-economical solution finding. So there has to be continuous research on the environmental sector so that there is no case where knowledge is lacking. But in the meantime, there is a term which is very frequently coming up is also uncertainty. That, okay, we are not sure what is going to happen. And this uncertainty comes from three sectors, that is lack of data, that is basically inadequate modeling and other things. Also indeterminacy, we really don't know what are the factors in the causal chain, or maybe ambiguity, we don't know how many are the certainties. And thirdly, which is very predominant, is ignorance. We don't know what we don't know. So that's actually the major scenario which is prevailing. And that's why precautionary principles are more predominantly used, very widely used, because we have multiple layers of this uncertainty and no much great efforts have been done to close these uncertainties. If I can give an example of European Union, now they have resolved that by 2025 they will stop the use of the precautionary principle. They will strictly go on the preventive principle because they are sure they have a scientific and technological capacities to understand the risk, quantification as well as the effects on other environmental sectors. And they are sure that they will not be having much of the uncertainty on these issues. Now, when we talk about improving this certainty, there are multiple sectors like improved environmental baseline data. We talk about CA, QMS. We know how much reliable they are, how much repeatability of the results which is going to be there, what is QAQC into that. Similarly, we know how the models are used in air pollution. We also know how weak causal relation studies, particularly the health impact assessment and other things are there. So my point is, unless and until we focus on the research and emphasize on research in a big way, we will not be able to remove the uncertainty and we will have to depend on the precautionary principle, which will create a lot of uncertainty in terms of regulations as well as lack of predictability also. So there is a tool actually, and this tool is widely adopted and in fact legally mandated in most of the developed countries, particularly in the European Union as well as many countries in fact. And here the regional impact assessment, it is not only related to environmental regulation, it is a general principle which is used for law making, standard making, regulation making. It is a systematic approach to critically assess the positive and negative impacts of the new or existing regulations. And also it gives about an important approach which is evidence-based, data-based for the policy making. In fact, here it's very simple. When you prepare a regulation, some expert agency pose a question. Who will be impacted? What will be the impact? What are the technological solutions for that? What is the cost? Who will be benefited? Who will be losing certain things? So all the questions which we normally pose after the making a notification. Just for example, today we are talking about a decision. If all those queries could have been raised at appropriate level, then there could have been a different view. We don't know. So all these things need to be done prior to designing a notification. This is in fact the regulatory impact assessment talks about. And in the environmental sector, this is more important because with the uncertainty and with the debate what we are having, we are missing one important player and stakeholder in the field. That is the environment, because that is silent spectator, that is the silent participant in the debate. So unless and until we think about all the positive and negative impacts of any notification, there cannot be any sustainable development or a trust between a regulator and the project proponent or a industry per se. And unless and until that trust is happening, there cannot be development on the environmental front, which can simply happen with the approach of covenants, which is now, I think the last covenant with what we had is the CREP, Corporate Responsibility and Environmental Protection. So after that, we don't have that covenant type of approach for making a strong environmental regulation. Now, when we see what we need actually after this pandemic is unambiguous policies and regulations. Definitely, we need to remove the uncertainty and fair and reasonable performance standards, obviously, which obviously considering the environmental quality at the center stage, no doubt about that. And then the capacity building, then different new tools of sustainability have to be considered: circular economy, sustainable finance, benchmarking, and all others. And most importantly, the compliance has to be made easy and economic, while the non-compliance has to be made difficult and costly with a lot of reputation risk. Now, just for example, how the rules are made. In fact, when we make certain rules and regulations, there are different ways of doing it. Like some experts meet together and deliberate, discuss, and do that. That is expert-based. Then we have consensus where the stakeholders sit together and discuss and decide. This is what I talked about, covenants. And there is a political decision also many times, because socio-economic impacts of a particular regulation can be very high. And then there is a benchmarking. We want to meet certain international norms, or we sign certain international treaties where we'll have to go for it. And there is an empirical that the decision is based on the fact finding and analysis, where a lot of data, credible data is available. In India, most of the times we use this expert type of mechanism for any environmental rulemaking. Earlier, there was a peer and review committee type of approach. I don't know what is happening today because I'm not in that domain right now. But just for example, I can give, if we think about any proposed regulation, we have to think about its problem analysis. What is the purpose of that regulation in a precise term? Then what are the goals, what we are talking about, and how we are going to verify those goals. It's always good to say, okay, we have standards more stringent considering the environmental quality, but unless we know what are its impacts, what is the beneficial environmental quality we are going to get with credible modeling data, and then conditions, and then reasons also, how it has done. And there are multiple factors. I just cited few. There could be many, in fact, and there are international literature available where actually statutory literature also, where most of these countries have specified in what format the regulatory impact assessment has to be done. And the cost is also important. What will be the cost and who will bear it? Just for example, now we are talking about FGD, because I remember in Maharashtra also there was a lot of debate in 2007 to 2009 about a installation of FGD in a plant. And there was a point that, okay, every unit will have an additional cost of 15 paisa at that point of time. I'm sure that cost must have gone up now. So what will be the burden on the common person? And then what is the cost benefit analysis also, whether we are getting real benefits in terms of environmental quality as well as the economic benefits per se. And then there has to be a clear-cut approach about enforcement also. Always we have a debate, and there are several judgments of the NGT also on that regard. We have fantastic rules and regulations. We have sort of ambitious rules and regulations, I will call it. But at the same time, there is a debate whether our implementation is adequate or not. And when we are lacking in certain implementation, how the enforcement will be there. The enforcement protocol has to be designed in a very systematic manner. So all these things need to be designed prior to making a regulation. So if anybody has seen the US EPA standards, it's a booklet, huge booklet rather, where actually a lot of data is published, how it is going to be implemented, who will implement it, and so many other things are there. And then it talks about how it affects on the competitiveness and entrepreneurship also, because many times if we design an environmental regulation with a particular focus, but there could be multiple angles of that regulation when it is implemented in field. So I think this is what I just wanted to say. When we are talking about environmental standards, three things I would like to focus. One thing is we need to be making the rules and regulation based on the evidence, based on the data, and not only based on the precautionary principle. We need to have a lot of scientific data and literature in our hand. The second one, that we need to carry out a complete regulatory impact assessment of any notification so that we know all the impacts, positive, negative, of that notification in the field. And the third stage is we must be sure that the implementation of the rules and regulation is really appropriate and I will call it robust. Otherwise, extending the time should not be a normal feature. It should be exceptional circumstances, I think so. So this is what I just wanted to focus on this standard making. Thank you. I have written a blog also. Somebody interested, they can see on this point also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for a brilliant exposition on the regulatory impact assessment concept. And I'm sure the audience will have a lot of questions during the discussion session on your presentation. But I remember I was involved in one of the exercises where US EPA had made a regulation on ammonium nitrate, and it was a draft regulation. And I have gone through that process versus what the Indian process was. So you are absolutely right with that. We probably do not get into this kind of a detailing when we make a regulation, but more of that later. And that is the right time to invite the next speaker of the day, which is Dr. Rakesh Kumar, who is the director of CSIR Miri Laboratory. And he is actually going to speak on the same subject in a different way. And his topic is environmental rationale for revised sulfur dioxide standards. So, Dr. Rakesh Kumar is a brilliant environmental scientist with a lot of experience, and the last many years he has been director, and he has done a wonderful amount of research in various areas of environmental science and engineering. And he has won numerous awards, and he is a member of numerous national and international committees. We don't have time to list down those, but it will be a pleasure to listen to Dr. Rakesh Kumar on this very, very important subject of the environmental rationale for SO2 standards. Dr. Rakesh, please.
Thank you, Dr. Bansal, and all the colleagues, friends, seniors, and some of our I would say contemporary people who have been working in this field for so long. You will have to request for sharing of the screen so that I can show some slides.
I've already done that, sir.
Okay, right. Thank you. Just let me know if you can see it.
Yes,
we can see. Screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Just go to slides.
So, Rakesh, Dr. Rakesh, can we go to the slideshow mode, please?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Visible now? Okay. Just 1 second. Okay, so the topic that was given to me, and I thought this is what I could consider that I could possibly share with all of you in terms of what can be possibly a topic of discussion. What is important here is that what Dr. Deshpande talked about, Dr. Kamyatra, when he discussed, all of these are important from the sense that we are talking about standards without knowing how these standards came about. And please don't take it as a criticism, but this is a very important thing which happens across country, different processes, where we need to know the complete rationale of getting to the standard and why we are doing it. And in this case, we have these questions which have come very often in this area particularly. So as we go ahead, just one second. So I'll just show some figures which has more to do with just refreshing in terms of some standards that we have, what is being done. Let me just now when we look at any standard which is made across the world, the starting point is always that we should have linkage with health, and particularly when we start examining the health impact of sulfur dioxide, you can see millions of papers which have been published which talks about how human health gets impacted, chest related issues, respiratory issues, and cardiovascular issues and all that. And of course there are mechanism of doing all that, how this whole process works and how it can be assessed. What has also come in literature, which I have not covered here, is that why SO2 control is important from the point of view of acid rain. And then again you will see billions of papers which have been written on that. Surprisingly, in our country, we haven't seen many such cases reported where acid rain has happened. And that's something which we need to worry about and think about. So when we talk about health and environment, if you can see some of the data that is available, in which form it goes, how far it goes, and how it gets transformed, that's also reported in literature, and that's something which we can think of. Many of us who have been in environmental engineering field for a long time and who did our masters, even if you see the books written in 70s and 80s, you can actually see Stern's book where they talk about health impact, as well as impact on materials. So on leather, paper, metal, any kind of material, sulfur dioxide has its own impact. What is important here to see on this slide is that if you see the curves here, that the real problem when we talk about are something else. So the one which is sulfur dioxide related is sulfate, and the concentration of something which you get primarily from sulfur dioxide would be about 10%, depending upon which size fraction that we're talking about. So when we look at Indian power sector emission reduction commitment, we also have made commitment in COP COP21, and where we are talking about reducing emission intensity in a way that we will try to compare that with 2005 level. It also aims at about 40% cumulative electric power installed where fossil fuel will not be used by 2030, and introduce new, more efficient, cleaner technology in power generation, reduce emissions from thermal power stations, which not only talks about SO2, but it also talks about particulate matter, NOx, and mercury. And the last one, of course, is a specific water consumption, which is also one of the major contention of the discussion that we are having today, and on the overall thermal power plant related discussion. These are some numbers. Again, I would just ask you to have a look at it, taken from CPCB, which talks about what it was and what we are aiming at. Many of you are very familiar with these numbers. And these are the numbers which you see internationally. So you can see China, European Union, US, UK, South Korea, Indonesia. Now, what is important here is, of course, we have got habit of comparing ourselves with China much more often than any other place. But what is important here is to see these numbers of US and UK as well as we move ahead in discussion. While we are discussing sulfur dioxide, it's also important to look at nitrogen oxides numbers. Many of these, when we talk about control of technology, we don't need to only worry about one particular pollutant, but we need to also talk about most of the other pollutants which are there. These are the technology options, and these are approximate cost. It depends on the scale, so these are very indicative. So as you can see, for particulate matter, you have ESP and hybrid ESP. For sulfur dioxide, you have seawater based or lime based. The cost varies quite a bit. In nitrogen oxide, we have SCR and selective non-catalytic reduction based also, which are pretty expensive. And of course, water consumption is one of the major component in all of these. So what are the major technical issues for existing plants? Why are we even discussing all of these things together? So in particulate matter related issue, retrofitting of additional fields for electrostatic precipitator in existing plant is one of the major area of concern, and that's where space related constraints have come in very prominently in some of the power plants. Of course, this should have been probably discussed and assessed before we took decision, but it was also very important that we have a legacy of power plants, and some of the legacy power plants are not such that you can immediately phase them out, because power security is one of the, I would say, biggest security in our country, where electricity and power supply is so minimal, and it's improving now drastically, but we need to worry more and more about it. When it comes to sulfur dioxide issues, again, power space requirement is major issue. There are different kind of issues with respect to power plants which are 500 megawatt and less, and some of them which are higher, some of them new and some of them old. And when we talk about overall, it looks like non-availability of space is becoming one of the major components as we move forward. When we look all of these things together, in terms of what kind of load we have from each of these pollutants, and then water requirement. It's very interesting. CPCB has actually done a tremendous amount of work in terms of collating all of these data, crunching it together. I'm sure Dr. Kamyotra has been one of the very senior person and experienced person who has been able to put a lot of information together. What it actually tells us is that we will have a lot of reduction, but we also have a lot of other issues connected to it. So when we talk about other issues and challenges, as I said, area and layout constraints, very serious. When we get to, and I think there are other speakers who will get into more details of how limestone storage will happen, how will you handle gypsum, what kind of slurry will be done, wastewater treatment plants, all of these are important things. Then when we talk about sourcing of limestone and chemicals for doing this, another issue, disposal, third issue, and of course wastewater treatment is it's not only complex, but I'm just saying that when we put all of these things together, the problem becomes complex. I would actually not want to say something on OPEX and operational cost and the capital cost as of now, because sometimes this kind of discussion goes in a direction where it says you are not controlling pollution only because it's expensive, whereas health of the people is much more important. I think that kind of argument we should bring it later. In the beginning, we should see what all options we have, and then only we should talk about OPEX and OPEX and CAPEX. When we are looking at disposal of seawater-based SO2 scrubbing, again, it's easier to say, but most of these, when it will start getting into the sea, the nearby regions, ecological impact also going to be a major issue. Lining of stack post FGD, again something which will require very serious consideration. And as we move forward, we will have to put all of these things together in a basket where we are able to move forward and make sense together. So we had done our workshop about 6-7 months back, and a lot of people from different expertise who came in, and they gave this recommendation, which I will not go into details, but what comes out very clearly is that in most of the power plants across country, we have problem of particulate matter, not so much about sulfur dioxide. So we should be actually targeting those power plants first, and then start looking at them in terms of how old they are, can they be retrofitted or they cannot be retrofitted. So some of those this NIA study which was carried out by Dr. Srikanth, it comes out clearly that 25 years plus units, many of them can be actually phased out, which will not only reduce your particulate matter load, and that is what has the highest, I would say, load on the health aspect of people, that can actually bring a lot of relief. As we go ahead, we can start looking at the ones which are getting commissioned by 2022, and so that it matches the peak demand, which is required by March 2023. And as we move forward, we can actually think more and more in this direction. So in case of power plants for domestic coal, FGDs must, I leave it to you, all the people here, that when we have domestic coal, FGDs should not be insisted, which is what I think. It's because it's critical for all of these places where ash content is very high, the particulate matter is of major concern. So we should be addressing particulate matter, and as and when we will do that, chances are that the sulfur dioxide levels also will go down, mercury levels will also go down. When we are talking about upgradation of ESPs, power plant need low cost indigenous technology, and it is current times is possible to do most of it in India. We were getting a lot of these things from different countries, and probably they were subsidized to an extent that Indian supply was looking expensive, but there is a need that we should be able to address this. what is important here finally is that we need to have a document which says that where we will reduce how much and how much benefit we will get in ambient air. If we can't, are we unnecessarily spending money and making such a big effort and not getting commensurate benefits? So some other points, coal stays related. I think it's important that we should do something so that consumers are not burdened. Already there are places where I have seen that government departments are not using and not running their wastewater treatment plants or their air pollution control equipments because the cost of electricity is very high. And that's why it's very important that we should not be increasing our tariff to an extent that people start doing shortcuts and create issues. In wherever we have water scarce area, we need to worry about in a very different way, and we need to talk about different technologies and how do we do it. And finally, feasibility of increasing plant load factor is to be examined for reducing nitrogen oxide emission together, along with all other pollutant that we talk about. So at the end, I would say we should reduce emissions where it is needed. And I would re-emphasize what Dr. Deshpande also said, that load-based emissions are the real thing, and that's the reason why load-based standards need to be combined with modeling efforts so that you can say whether it will be able to meet the ambient air quality in that region or not. Because if we just do concentration-based, we would be wasting money in a country like ours where money is not easy to come by. We may even discuss region-specific standards and regional impact. There are places where we have high wind velocity, we have high dilution factor, we have high assimilation. Can we have the similar standard in that area and some other area where we have very stable atmosphere? Water and other resource constraint, which I highlighted it earlier, but specific water consumption is going to be a major factor for deciding any of the technology that we're talking about. I would still want to see that we have a very detailed R&D mapped out problem, and then only we solve it. Right now we are at a stage of selecting vendor without knowing where the problem is and how much problem will get solved. And therefore, lastly, I would say Indian efforts in designing systems, building the institutions together, getting things, all the, I would say, learned people are here, even this webinar, and there are many more outside who can actually solve this problem, which is not, I would not say it's not rocket technology. In fact, even in rocket technology, India has been doing very well. So I would say this is something much more simpler than what we think. So thank you very much for inviting me to speak a little bit. If the time was there more, I would have detailed each of my slides, but I think we need to discuss more and read less. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh, for a brilliant explanation of the way standards are made and your views on the current standards and how to solve the problem. And obviously, we will have much more opportunity to explain further during the discussion session. Thank you so much. And now I have the pleasure to invite the next speaker, who is actually at the center of the entire implementation challenge, which is Mr. B.C. Malik from Central Electricity Authority. Mr. B.C. Malik is actually Chief Engineer at TPRM in Central Electricity Authority, and he is currently responsible for supervising and monitoring the installations of FGD and the ESPs and their retrofitting across the country. So I have the privilege to invite him to speak, and a small rider with respect to our discussions, since he has to attend another meeting just after this webinar. Therefore, questions, if any, related to his presentations need to be asked now itself. He will not be available during the discussion session. So kindly raise your questions and queries with respect to his presentation right now, just after the ending of his presentation. So Mr. Malik, I'll just hand over the screen to you, please. Just
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. please share the presentation.
Yeah, I have done that. You want me to share the presentation on your behalf, or you are going to share the presentation? Yeah, okay.
Is it shared now?
Yeah, we are able to see it. Just put it on the full screen mode.
Please slideshow mode.
Yeah. Bottom right corner, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it moving?
Yes.
As to today's this topic is the SO2 control, so I shall cover this FGD implementation only. FGD implementation and present status, issues and challenges. New environmental norms was notified in the 2015. That's sulfur dioxide. The 2003, before 3, it for 500 megawatt capacity, it is 600 mg per NMQ, and more than 500 megawatt and above units, it is 200 mg per NMQ. But unit commissioned after 2004 to 2016, that is norms is 600 megawatt per 600 mg per NMQ for units capacity less than 500 megawatt, but unit 500 megawatt and above, it is norms is 200 mg per NMQ. But for the unit commissioned after 2017, that is the norms is 100 mg per NMQ. It is not changing, I think.
You can use the scrolling option, please.
It is not changing.
Should I share from my screen if you want? I can try that.
Okay. Now it is changed.
Okay.
Now I come to the impact of SO2 from chimney. What is the SO2? That is a flue gas exits from through the flue gas. That is the sulfur dioxide is a colorless gas. It produced by burning fossil fuel like coal, and SO2 released from chimney and goes around 5 kilometer in that area. It impacts around to increase the incremental SO2 is the 2 to 3 microgram per that is the 400 mg per NMQ. And SO2 and SO4 dissolves in water cause the acid rain, and SO2 released from chimney comes in the environmental temperature, and it's converted to particular material that like a PM 2.5, and it also depends on the mist available in the environment. It cause environmental effects is the cause acid rain, and health effect is like it irritates the respiratory tract, increase the risk of tract infection, like this. We have the so many technology for controlling the SO2, like wet limestone based FGD. It is the most popular one. Then DSI, dry solvent injection. It is basically for the unit switches remaining life is less and unit size is less than 500 megawatt. Similarly, semi-dry technology is also there. That is basically for units less than 500 or 300 or less, 300 megawatt and less. Another technology is the ammonia-based technology. It is drawback is the vendors is only one Chinese vendors was there. Then seawater-based technology, that is the that technology is can be used only the plant located very near to sea. And another is the wet sulfuric acid technology. These technologies, wet limestone can be used for any type of any size of units. Seawater is only for this for plant located in the near the sea. And ammonia based, it is also causes some safety hazards, and also vendors are not available. And dry sorbent injection is the that capex is low, but the operating cost is very high. This is the thumb rule, but for any individual plant to select a technology, they should go for life cycle cost analysis for a particular technology in respect of their plant, because it is all technology may be the specific to the plant specific, like space availability or the new chimney you are going to adopt, or old chimney you are with lining you are using. That also is the causes the effect on the cost. Now I come to the FGD status of the implementation status. We have the almost 170 gigawatt of thermal plant. That phasing plant has been planned. That is the central sector about 55 gigawatt, and state sector 53 gigawatt, and private sector is the 61 gigawatt. That phasing plan already sanctioned. Out of this, about 33% bid awarded, about 56 gigawatt, 57 gigawatt. That is the 128 units out of 440 units. There is the NTPC is the NTPC and DVC, that is the central sector, that bid awarded about 106 units, and state sector is only 2 units they have awarded LOA, and this private sector about 20 out of 133 units awarded the bid. That was the 170 gigawatt units, that is the phasing plan already awarded, and another set of units newly commissioned after 2018, about 10 gigawatt. That is the 16 units is there. That status is also given here about this out central sector. Our 6 out of 6 already awarded bid, and state sector out of 9 units, 2 only awarded bids. Private sector having only 1 unit, they have not awarded. Another set of units under construction, about 58 gigawatt, 106 units are there. They are also under construction. FGD about 70% already awarded, because that units cannot be synchronized without FGD. That 58 gigawatt capacity is there. Now come to the challenges in execution. Actually, FGD market is developing in India. This technology is new. So state, especially state and private, are not aware that they are not actually, the knowledge is limited. Limited vendors are also available. Import about 30% of their FGD items being imported from neighboring country. Total about this 170 running gigawatt units and 10 newly commissioned and 58 gigawatt under construction. Total 238 gigawatt. Actually, the initially in 2018 when the bids was awarded first time, we have seen that the cost of FGD is coming around 40 to 45 lakhs per megawatt. But when this market is developing and the vendors are already booked and FGD cost is being increased as the in market demand and supply gap is there. So recently we have observed that this figure 45 lakhs is increased to in between 60 to 72 lakhs per megawatt. Another issue is the funding issue, especially in private sector. They are demanding with state regulatory commission that provisional tariff should be awarded or given for easily, so that they can easily get the loan from bank. But state regulatory commission, they are not in favor of issuing the this tariff, provisional tariff. Instead of, they are in favor of issuing the investment approval. And another issue is the COVID-19. That issue also impacted a lot, because this system actually slow down the system, implementation system. Another thing, the reasons for delay is I have already told that lack of technical expertise in the market. It is the FGD is the new technology relatively. Limited capability of vendors and sub-vendors are there. Another thing is the almost 1 year is required for pre-construction phase, like NIP issues or pre-feasibility study like this. And after awarded LOA is placed, about 30 to 36 months is required for construction of FGD. So about 3.5 years to 4 years is required for this construction of or implementation of this FGD. And another thing I want to say that in NCR region, where CPCB issued the timeline for about 15 plants, including 5 plants in southern region, and that December 2019. Actually, they have not made the target. So CPCB already issued penalty for them, about 18 lakhs per plant per month. In this regard, I want to say that several clarification in the norms in the that is cleared by MOEF in June 2018, like chimney height, water consumption norms, like this, and the measurement of this SOx, NOx at 6% oxygen. That matters in designing the FGD. So about only 1.5 years was allowed for these plants in 2000, that NCR region and southern region, where target was December 2018. Now these are the items, about 10 items. There is a out of 100%, there is 30%, and this thing vendors are importing from other countries. So these issues is there, that is not available in our country. This is the way forward, that the huge demand of FGD item cannot be met by 2022 if the restriction to import from the cross border in this regard, I think FGD timeline needs to be extended. Another proposal is there to adopt this PMP, that phase manufacturing program, to be adopted. But here is the issue is that is the one-time requirement. This huge demand after 5 years, I think, would not be there because the thermal sector is also that the thermal power plant in every year only limited 5 to 6 gigawatt is that their demand will be there for FGD. So this PMP is, I think, is not it will not be successful. And another thing is the we are planning, we are proposing one thing that FGD, if FGD can be installed in the power plant where the critically polluted area is there or where cluster of plant is there, any incremental SO2 will increase the, will severe the air quality. So in that case, in this there, we can install FGD immediately, and next 3 to 4 phases, about 10 to 12 years, we can we can also use this one by phase wise in 3 to 4 phases. Total 12 years is there, so we can implement FGD step by step to avoid this this situation. Okay, thank you. That's all. If any question is there, I am glad to reply that one.
Thank you,
Over
Mr.
to
Malik, for a
organizer.
very, very informative presentation and presenting in very brief the challenges which are coming in the way of FGD installations across the country in different plants. And I have got a few questions from the audience. I'll try and see whether they are relevant for you. So there is a question from Mr. Chandrasekhar from Pro Clean Technologies. He says, we have a solution that has effectively demonstrated the reduction of SOx in coal-fired plants. How do we take the next steps? And is there any accredited testing agency or institute that we can approach for validation of our solution? So is Mr. Chandrasekhar available? If yes, you can explain your question and then see whether Mr. Malik can help you. Mr. Chandrasekhar? In the meantime, Mr. Rajiv Agrawal has a question for you, Mr. Malik. Mr. Rajiv Agrawal, can you ask your question? Unmute your audio, please.
Malik. Good afternoon, Mr.
Yes,
Malik.
yes.
I'm Rajiv
Right.
Agrawal.
Good
I'm
afternoon.
Secretary General for Indian Captive Power Producers Association. As you would have known by now that there is hardly any traction about how to take care of needs for CPPs. Because in industry, everyone is aware and everyone is keen to implement the system. But they are also fraught with maximum number of problems. Now, what are the, because most of the people are still struggling with technologies which are available. And somewhere we look towards CEA to give some ideas and inputs on that. So have you done something on that line, sir?
No, actually, I think we have not received your request, what you have told now.
Yeah.
This actually technology is the several technologies there, many technologies there to control SO2. Out of this, you have to choose one thumb rule. I have already explained that for unit size, the captive unit must have less than 500 megawatt, and that
Most of these units are, sir, most of these units are below 50 megawatt, and if maybe
below
around 10-20% are around up to 120 megawatt. So we are actually looking for that such a small thing. We are not talking of 500 megawatt and 300 megawatt capacities.
Okay. If it is below 100 megawatt and this life is remaining life also is the factor. If it is that more than 10 years or less than 10 years, then technology you have two technologies. That is the DSI, dry solvent injection. That is the capex is less, but opex is high. And another is the wet limestone base. That is suitable for any type of unit. And that capex is high, but opex is low. But for particular unit, you have to and that life cycle cost that have analysis to be done before adopting any technology. It is the specific to any plant. So before adopting any technology, life cycle cost analysis should be there. On the basis of the life cycle cost analysis, that what technology is beneficial to that particular unit can be known, and accordingly you have to adopt that.
There is another question from one Mr. Jakir. He is saying, is it possible to use caustic scrubber single or double stage, because due to lime, possibilities of dusting and gypsum disposal issues are there?
No, I could not understand this.
He is saying instead of limestone, can we use caustic scrubbing, either single stage or double stage, which means sodium hydroxide.
Sodium hydroxide.
Yeah.
That is also can be used, but you have to check the what technology is beneficial to particular unit. Any technology you can use, but before that, my advice is to go for life cycle cost analysis.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, sir. So, in case there is no other question, then we'll end this here. And in case you want to leave, you can leave now. Otherwise, we will definitely request you and like you to stay back, if it is possible, because then maybe some more questions during the discussion session can be addressed. But if you have to leave, that's okay.
Actually, I have to leave. If any question is there, I will be happy to answer via email.
Okay. Thank you so much, and we will do that in case required. Thank you, Mr. Malik.
Thank you.
And so now we change directions, and we go to the judicial or the regulatory side. And we have an advocate here, Mr. Rajkumar, to tell you about the litigations regarding revised power plant standards and what is the current standards of those, current status of those litigations. Mr. Rajkumar, please.
Hello.
Rajkumar ji.
I'm audible? Yes. I'm audible?
Yes, please.
Please.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Bansal ji, can you open my PPT?
You want me to open your PPT?
Yes, you please, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Just give me a minute.
Please. Yes. Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, everyone is facing the problem of installation of the FGD. So, there is a remedies. One is with regard to the regulators or the policymakers. Anybody can approach to them, or the next one is with regard to the judicial side, where the person who is aggrieved or working for the interest in the welfare of the society or in a larger interest of the parties, they can approach to the courts. The one case which was filed far back in the name of the MC Mehta, it is an air pollution case pending since long, but meanwhile in the year 2018 there was a development after 2017 notification by the ministry that an application moved to the Supreme Court in this matter with consultation and agreement between the Ministry of Power and the NTPC, and they requested for relaxation of the norms for the NOx, since there was a consensus between the EPCA, Ministry of Power, Central Pollution Control Board, Central Electricity Authority, NTPC, MOF, and the standard for the NOx was revised. It was considered by the Honorable Supreme Court, and the ministry was agreed, Central Pollution Control Board was agreed, and now the standards has been changed. But with regard to the SO2, it is now again the question still remain to be considered, but till today it has not been acted upon either by the ministry or by the Central Electricity Authority or the Ministry of Power. Now, thereafter, I think it is not moving. Bansa ji, there is problem.
क्या हो गया?
Next slide.
Sorry. Next slide.
Next
Okay.
slide.
Just one.
Please. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thereafter, another case filed before the National Green Tribunal, and in that application, the applicant made some suggestions before the NGT. But with regard to the suggestions, the NGT do not have the power to consider the suggestions of the party. Instead, because of the powers which has been granted under the NGT Act to the tribunal, it is only the dispute. That dispute should be related with the substantial question of environment, only can be considered by the NGT. So the NGT did not accept the application and advised to the applicant to go to the concerned authorities or the ministry to give their suggestions, and if the suggestion was meaningful, they can consider it or may not. It's their discretion. Now the second case come to the Supreme Court when they moved an application against the order of the Central Pollution Control Board before the NGT. NGT did not accept their contentions and directed them to install the FGD within 6 months. Apart from the other directions, against that order, the NTPC goes to the Honorable Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has considered the contention of the appellant, whereby they stated that the Central Pollution Control Board has granted them time up to 2021 and 2022. That contention was raised by the Solicitor General of India by representing the NTPC, and it was considered by Supreme Court, and time has been granted by Supreme Court up to 2021 and 2022 for their different units. Thereafter, another application, next please. Bansal ji. Yes. Thereafter, another application came before the Honorable NGT by a public interest organization, namely Veteran Forum. In this application, there is a difference between the earlier application which was filed by the another organization by putting some suggestions. Instead of that, in this application, there is a difference with regard to the contentions. they approached with a different idea to review the notification of 2015. So there is a difference. On the basis of that, there was some studies required. Without the studies of gypsum, which will be the next byproduct of the installation or running of the FGD, that has not been considered. And other aspects of the consequences of the FGD on the air, it has not been considered in that application or at the time of the notification, which was not considered by putting the exact forum and the issues raised by the stakeholders. They have not been given the opportunity. So therefore, this issue was raised and it was considered by the NGT and directed the applicant to approach to the Central Pollution Control Board. And now this they probably have approached to the Central Pollution Control Board and the other authorities. But the major issue with regard to the NGT, there is a cause of action. Every court has their own limitation, where the general law is governed by the Limitation Act, but in the specialized law, the Act itself provides the limitation. In the NGT, there is a limitation of 6 months for filing an application for any dispute or enforcing any legal right with regard to implementation of the Schedule 1 Act, the Environment Protection Act, Water Act, Air Act, and the other act which are mentioned in the Schedule 1. Any person, those who have the grievance, they can approach to the NGT within a period of 6 months. But in this case, like as stated earlier, in the Veterans Forum case, the issue which was decided in the 2015 by notification by the MOF, now it has been raised in the year 2020. So there is a difference of approach. Which kind of the cases can be put before the court after the limitation by putting them within the limitation. So the next issue with regard to the calculation of the limitation, suppose like the Water Act, every industry having the consent. Once we are challenging the consent, the limitation will start from the date of the granting of the consent. But whenever we are challenging the consequences, not implementation of the condition of the consent, then the implementation issue comes into the picture. That will consequence of non-implementation of the condition of the consent will raise the fresh cause of action. Like an industry granted a consent in the year 2017, and we can file an application before the NGT within 6 months. But the industry is not complying with the conditions of the consent, and because of non-compliance of the conditions of the consent, they are violating the environmental laws and the standards. Therefore, the person who is aggrieved with the violation, they can approach to the NGT at the time of the violation, or every violation of the conditions of the consent will create a separate cause of action. So there was a difference between the earlier application before the NGT, which was not considered by the NGT, but the subsequent application filed by the Veterans Forum was considered. So the calculation of the period is most important. That was also decided in another case. Next slide, please.
Yeah.
In this case, Doaba Paryavaran Samiti, it is a very detailed judgment. In this case, what was happened? MOF has granted the environment clearance to a aviation industry, aviation company. Those running their helicopters in the Kedarnath area. There is a wildlife sanctuary, and in the year 2006, it was granted. Then the applicant approached to the Honorable NGT in the year 2015 and challenged that they are violating the conditions of the environmental clearance. But the applicant, the respondent, the industry challenged on the ground that it is barred by the limitation. But on the tribunal has considered the view of the applicant that every violation, every flight, every takeoff by the helicopter will create a separate cause of action while they are flying low level of the sanctuary. Therefore, it was considered and a detailed judgment was passed by the NGT and exclusively dealt with the cause of action. So the NGT has their own limitation, and there is a difference between the calculation in a general law and a specific law, specialized law. The environmental law is a specialized law. NGT is there, has a special forum to dealing with these cases. Next slide, please. Yes. That has been done. So, in this case, finally, court upheld the application and passed the order and finally dealt with the issue of the limitation and decided that the issue raised by the applicant in the year 2015 is very much within limitation and creates a independent cause of action. Next slide.
Yes.
Can you explain it, Rajkumarji, please?
Which one?
आ जाओ
Requesting everybody to keep their audios on mute, please. Everybody is requested to keep their audios on mute, please. Rajkumarji, please proceed.
Yes, that is covered. Next, Bansalji. It is covered.
Okay.
Yes. So basically, the environmental law, before approaching to the court or to the NGT, we must have to keep in the mind how to calculate the limitation, because the violation of the standards create a separate cause of action. Every violation creates a separate cause of action. But in the case of a notification, in the case of a consent condition, in the case of a granting of clearance, if we are challenging that particular document, that limitation starts from their issuing of the document or from the publication of the document. But in the case of the violation of the conditions of that document, itself create a separate cause of action each and every time whenever the conditions are not complied with or violated by the industry. So if anyone has any question that can be put later on, it's my
Okay, Rajkumarji, thank you so much for
the two issues I have covered.
Yeah. The next speaker is Mr. Rajiv Agrawal, the Secretary General of the Indian Captive Power Producers Association, and he will speak about the concerns on SO2 emissions and disconnect between Indian coal policy with power policy. Mr. Rajiv Agrawal, please. I'll hand over the presentation to you. Just give me a minute.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah. So many screens open. So many screens open. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
I don't know. There are so many screens open here, so I don't know what is visible to people or not.
Yeah, it is visible to us. Your screen is visible to us.
Okay. No, I was not able to see what are the things happening at my end. Okay. Okay. Now it's okay. I'm not able to read out what is there on that. There's so many small screens happening. I don't know how to close it.
Which screens are seeing?
I don't know this go to meeting. The lot of screens. I think I should just no. It is asking me to close. Leave the meeting. Options. No. Okay. Now it's better. Okay. Now it's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So I just introduced ICPPA. We are the All India apex body for captive power producers, which was formed in 2005, and we are working largely on the policy framework and operational issues. Our members come from all.
Interfere once, Mr. Agrawal, we are not able to see your screen.
Yeah,
You are not
your
able to see the
presentation is not
screen?
visible.
Just
Yes, your presentation is not visible.
just let me see again. Screen share. Okay.
Yeah, now it is visible.
I think it's
now
okay now.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'll have to continue in this mode itself because otherwise I'm not able to see what is happening on my screen. I'm not able to read anything.
Don't worry, we are able to see, and we will caution you if there is any problem.
Okay. So I'm working in a non-presentation mode. So basically, our members are coming from all cross section of industries, and we pitch for non-discriminatory, equitable distribution of energy resources. Now that's how we decided that how we should go about the presentation topic. As everyone understands that captive power plants are backbone for industrial growth, and for last 25 years, what we have been doing is ensuring 24/7 uninterrupted least cost quality power for industry and nation. Now somewhere there is a feeling, though people don't discuss openly, that there is a onslaught on how industry is somewhere put on back burner, and that is causing many concerns. Now, some of the like threat perspective, virtually, if we can call it, state discoms, they have dismal financial health, so they are trying to put maximizing their tariffs and trying to see that industry stop CPP and buy from there, and then all the cost disadvantages are coming out because of that. Now, similar way is coal policies. What is happening is that we are, as a nation, are supporting inefficiencies of PSUs, and that is causing absolutely very high coal cost and energy cost. Plus whatever taxes. So we are not talking of tax because but then at least on these pricing part, we are very sure that this is making the whole power sector uncompetitive, Indian industry uncompetitive. And on top of it, when we have the environment concerns, which industry wants to follow, and they are concerned about the environment also. But then what is left out is very little scope for that. Now, just to give you a brief of out of around 80 gigawatt captive power capacity, coal-based is around 54 gigawatt, and rest is basically other things. Now, what's interesting is almost 18% of grid-connected capacity, that is the equivalent CPP installation. And the CPP capacity, if we see, equal to around 71% of industrial consumption. So that shows that there has to be a very specific focus and exceptions created for CPPs so that industries do not suffer. And now, especially when we are seeing that Prime Minister wants India to be a global manufacturing hub, the need becomes more accentuated. Now, what is the problem started with the coal ministry started treating captive power producers as non-power producers. Now, that is the irony. They say that since the power produced by CPP is consumed by non-regulatory sector, and hence they are non-regulatory and hence equivalent to non-power producers. Now, if that is the case, then 42% of national power consumption is by industry, which is being supplied by IPPs and state government sector. Now, if that being the case, then at least 42% of the coal given to them should be priced at equivalent to CPP cost, but it doesn't happen. Now, you can understand that at a minimum 30% is the cost which they want, extra cost from CPPs. And now when they came out with the coal auction policy in the name of, I straightway say in the name of transparency, you are putting something to the dooms. Now, Coal India very conveniently offers some very little quantity which is not sufficient. So naturally the premiums go high because everyone is trying to keep themselves afloat. Now in the process, 40% to 140% premiums have gone on the coal. Now during this pandemic, every one of those people who had to bid are finding it difficult to keep themselves afloat. Now, if there is so much of cost burden on captive power, where is the propensity to create infrastructure which is environment friendly? Now, another interesting example which very few people understand is that on purchasing power parity, Indian power price is in the highest in the global bracket. And this particular example which I have given here, in USA, homes get power at 12 cents a unit, which comes to 2.20 rupees on PPP basis. Whereas in India, the subsidized power itself is supposed to be 4 rupee to 6 rupee. I'm not even talking of commercial and industrial parity. Now, if we look at here, at least 4 to 5 times is the cost that Indian consumers are paying vis-a-vis US, vis-a-vis China, where we can be competitive. Now, these are the things which take away a big traction out of environment issues. Now, here is another interesting data where we are saying that in the USA, Canada, Brazil, Russia, China, Indian PPP price is 23 rupees as compared to 9 rupees for China and 17 rupees for Russia. Now, similarly, if we come to the coal block auctions, why I'm talking of it, that we have created a recipe for sure disaster for the nation as a whole. For the simple reason that the private sector coal mining cost is 350 rupees to 550 rupees. That's the max. Coal India, their MDO costs are in the same range. Whereas coal is billed like 1500 rupees to 2300 rupees per ton. Now that is 4 to 5 times. What has happened is, for the coal blocks, that people who win the coal blocks will be able to sell the coal at the market price. Now, if we look at the imported prices, that is still higher than these prices. Now, it means what we are actually trying to do is So what actually we are trying to do, we are trying to give 300% to 800% profit margin for coal block developers. Now, what is the intent of the policy? When I say that there is a disconnect, I come to that point. As we know very clearly here, that most of the ministries are working in silos. They say, this is my policy, let other ministries do whatever they want. As a process, in the process, Power Ministry, the Electricity Act, they say all power producers are at par. Rather, they say that CPP needs to be supported for the reasons we have already discussed. But Coal Ministry is seeking higher prices. states are putting extra discriminatory electricity taxes on that. Now, where do we stand as a nation and as a industry? Another issue, which a lot of things have already been discussed technically, so I will not venture out into that area. But there is a serious concern about whatever environment laws are coming and rules are being or dictates are being given. At times it goes to that bad. There was a case of coal washing, and now ultimately people have realized that yes, it is not the thing what should have been done, because of simple reason that it is shifting the pollution load from one point to another point. Something very similar is happening and is going to happen in case of SO2. Most of us know that for whether we talk of any limestone or anything, there is an additional CO2 generation. Now, we are adding to the greenhouse gases for taking care of one issue. Another impact is limestone mining, the deforestation, the CO2 trail for limestone mining and transportation, and then availability of good quality of limestone. That itself is a problem. So most of the people have taken it for granted that okay, gypsum is going to be a problem, and it is going to be a catastrophe for the reason that wherever gypsum, like I give you a very good example of Rajasthan, in Jaisalmer area, there was some heavy rains and there was immediate floods. Though we say it's a desert, but below the desert sand is the gypsum layers. It does not allow water to penetrate. Now, what are we going to do? And nowhere in the policy, in the system, it has been defined, designed, that how that gypsum will be handled. Rather, it has been said, "Jab hoga tab dekhenge." Now, this is something which is really cannot be thought of when we are talking of law, when we are talking of rules and regulations. Similar condition is most of the studies and the data what we are already looking at is that stack monitoring versus actual ambient load. SO2 is not a real threat at all. Moreover, if we are talking of Indian coal, which is less than half a percentage, versus elsewhere in the world where they have 1%, 2% range of sulfur in the coal. And if we make our law as per that, looking to their studies, definitely we already are venturing into a bad phase. Now, you see that there is an industry which is producing even chemicals, and it's able to pass the ambient norms. Now, just because that industry is having a captive power plant, but overall environment norms are meeting, but just because that every power producer has to be go through the penalty of FGD, etc., why it should happen? This data anyway has been discussed. Some of these points I have already discussed. Now, another issue is that CPP were required to comply with certain dates. It was extended up to June 22. June 22 has gone. No one in the ministry is really taking up that issue. It means all the CPPs are defaulters, virtually, to that extent. Now, there is a need for power ministry where we had also requested to create a cell for captive power. Now, in spite of orders given, nothing is really happening on the ground. That's a cause of concern. This, I think, point by and large I have already covered. Yeah, so there has to be, now I just sum it up, that there has to be a very clear case of actual need-based implementation. If there is a concentration of power plants in some areas, and if the total environment conditions are bad, then definitely they should put up. But not it should not be thrust upon everyone. Now, here is a simple example from one of our members, where though the problems have been discussed, but again, it's a live example that they are facing, they are not finding a space for installing FGD. Now, whatever is the CO2 generation, I've already discussed that part. Now, there is no technology other than all these technologies which are available. Now, how to go about it? Okay, there are one or two technologies for smaller power plants, but when, the moment you say, okay, the operating cost is high, but how much high? I say it is non-feasible. Now, along with that, SOx, we also talk of NOx, because there are technologies like we are talking of the Chinese technology, single source, ammonia-based, hazardous, but then it takes care of both SOx and NOx. Now, I have come across Indian ventures also who come out with the like not today, long back they have come out with the ammonia-based systems. Now there is a need that all those Indian technology people should be asked to submit, and let there be a clear formation, so that at least whatever will come out of the ammonia based plants will be usable as a fertilizer. I just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv Agrawal, for giving us insights into the problems being faced by specifically captive power plants, which are probably not in the horizon of the regulators. Thank you so much. Maybe there will be a lot of questions and clarifications to be sought during the discussion session. So please.
I'll be available.
Yeah, thank you. And so we already are running almost 40 minutes late, but we have some questions, so we'll like to listen to everybody in detail, and maybe we'll try and squeeze some questions in the discussion session. So I have the pleasure to invite next Dr. BNP Singh, and he will speak on the wet limestone-based FGD technology, challenges and impacts. And just to introduce Dr. BNP Singh, he is a medical doctor by qualification, and he spent his career, the last part of his career in Indian Air Force, and then of course he served the World Health Organization as the National Program Officer of Leprosy, followed by a director of a hospital, and for the last 12 years or so he has been serving as the General Secretary of the Veteran Forum for Transparency in Public Life, and he has filed a number of petitions on the environmental field, including the one on the secondary environmental impacts of the wet limestone-based FGDs. So he will talk about those impacts now. So welcome, Dr. BNP Singh. Would you be able to share your presentation yourself, or you want me to share that?
Mr. Bansal, you please manage the slides.
All right. Okay. No problem. Just give me a moment.
Please. Yes.
Go ahead.
As displayed there, I'm a doctor basically. I'm not so I don't claim to be an environmental engineer. And whatever I have done the petition in the NJT, I have pleaded my own case, and the presentation will be from the petition what I have put in the NJT. Next slide, please.
Yes, please.
As I understand as a layman, this technology, wetline flue gas desulfization technology, converts one molecule of sulfur dioxide to one molecule of carbon dioxide, besides production of chemical gypsum, not mineral gypsum. Please, it's something different. Consumption of limestone, increased consumption of the coal, thereby increasing the cost of production production of power by the thermal power plant. Next slide, please. This slide
it's
depicts, of course, this slide has been shown. So if we can skip and we'll come to the next slide. Now, effect of the technology which we are talking. As we have heard from the various learned speakers, that this technology is being implemented, adopted, and in the process of being adopted by the various power plants in India. As I have stated earlier, by using this technology,
Dr. Singh, we are not able to hear you. At least I am not able to hear you.
Yeah, we are not able to hear.
Dr. Singh? Dr. Singh? Dr. Singh?
Voice is not audible, sir.
Yeah, we are not able to hear him. I'll just try and contact him if there is any problem at his end. Otherwise, we'll move to the next speaker for some time. Dr. Singh, any problem at your end? We are not able to hear you at all. All right. Okay, but we are still not able to hear you.
And this is the next slide, please.
Okay, just
Next slide, please.
yes, please. Go ahead.
Yes, as said, that is again same that for reduction of 1 unit of sulfur dioxide, 1 unit of carbon dioxide is being produced. In other words, of 126 gigawatt power plants of having capacity more than 500 megawatts, the coal consumption units will increase to 1.
Some problem is there.
Dr. Singh, it appears you have some network issues.
Oh, video to have audio.
Hello. I think we can read these slides if you kindly permit, because audio is not there and that will serve the purpose. Dr. Singh has written the text, so we can go through this text and the slides may be changed one after the other. Thank you.
Or if you ask me, Dr. Singh, are you there now? No. So what we'll do is, sir, rather than reading it out, we'll move to the next speaker of the day, which is Dr. Malik, Dr. M.
Yeah.
Malik, Dr. Mrityunjay Malik,
Yes,
who
yes.
is from NTPC. He's a retired GM environment, and he has worked a lot on the utilization of waste and climate change issues and so on and so forth. And so he's presenting one of the issues which has been raised by several speakers in the day, which is on the utilization of FGD gypsum. So, Dr. Malik, you want me to present or you will present yourself?
Would you please allow me to out the presentation?
Yeah, sure. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment.
Yeah.
Just hold on.
Yeah, please.
You have logged in from which name, Dr. Malik?
Yeah, I'm Dr. M. Malik.
I'm not able to see your name.
M. Malik.
Yeah, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. You're able to see that?
Yes, please. Dr. Malik? Dr. Malik?
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah, please. Yes. Good afternoon to you all. As we have just discussed that FGD gypsum is produced when SO2 of flue gas reacts with lime slurry. Now this will be to the tune of 10 to 15 million metric tons. In NTPC alone, it will be around 7 million metric tons by the year 2022, since contracts have already been awarded and the plants are under installation. There would be a great challenge to recycle or use this gypsum produced. Now, what will be the fate of FGD gypsum so produced in such a huge quantities? Its fate should not be like that of fly ash utilization. As we know, that total ash being produced in the country is around 200 million metric tons, and only 50 to 60% is utilized, and its disposal is becoming a gigantic problem. Just now, one of our previous speakers has also told that gypsum disposal can be catastrophic. So now we'll be proactively
discussing on the fate of FGD gypsum utilization. This slide, in brief, in general, gypsum is calcium sulfate dihydrate and is naturally occurring mineral. In limestone forced oxidation FGD process, SO2 reacts with the calcium carbonate in the presence of oxygen to produce calcium sulfate dihydrate, which is called gypsum. Now, gypsum is basically of two types. One is natural gypsum and other is the byproduct gypsum. The byproduct gypsum is further divided into chemical, marine or FGD gypsum. Marine gypsum is the byproduct of solar salt manufacturing process, and chemical gypsum is of different types like fluoro, phospho gypsum. Now, composition of byproduct gypsum differ greatly due to its purity and impurity content. Now, this is the slide regarding, next slide. This is this slide regarding global scenario of FGD gypsum. Regarding this global scenario of production and demand of gypsum, it is seen here that in UK production is 2 million metric tons per annum. Previous slide, please hold on. Yeah, and in China, it is 68 million metric tons of gypsum is produced annually, and Japan 2 million metric tons. Germany 7 million metric tons gypsum per annum is produced. Europe you see 19, and in USA 34. Now you see the consumption or demand pattern, and whatever gypsum is produced, this is consumed to the following extents. UK, it is consumed 100%. In Japan and Germany also it is consumed nearly 100%. In China 71%, and in Europe 80%. You see here, and then USA it is consumed 75%. Next slide, please. Now you see the per capita consumption of gypsum. Regarding this per capita consumption in USA, you see it is 46 kilogram per annum per capita, and in UK it is 22 kg per annum, whereas in India it is only 0.1 kg per annum per capita, which is very, very low. Next slide, please. Now, projected market share of gypsum globally by the year 2028 is that 41% gypsum will be used in the production of cement. Because I'll just now will be discussing where it will be used, in which are the major utilization avenues. Then 42% of the total gypsum will be used for the production of plaster board, and 14% will be used for POP or plaster, and 3% will be used in the agriculture. Next slide, please. Now, total consumption in India's various sectors. You see here, in cement sector, it is consumed 99%. Whatever gypsum we are getting from different sources, we are using it in the cement only. And in other sector, it is less than 1%. That is less than 1 million metric tons per annum. Now, next slide. This is regarding consumption of different types, gypsum types in India, is that 58% gypsum you see here is the natural gypsum, which is of the tune of 6 million metric tons, and 37% gypsum is consumed, whatever is consumed is the byproduct gypsum to the tune of 4 million metric tons per annum, and 5% is the marine gypsum, which is less than 0.5 million metric tons. Next slide, please. Now, this is regarding the gypsum standard. Till now, we don't have the FGD gypsum standard. We have proposed to the BIS for the modification of existing IS 12679. In this case, you see the minimum purity of FGD gypsum has to be 90%. And in fact, its purity goes as high as 95% even, depending upon the purity of lime. As one speaker has also told, and other process parameters. And IS 12679 is being revised for the inclusion of FGD gypsum, that is alpha gypsum. It is proposed, and we see here that the minimum calcium dihydrate would be 90%, and chloride should be less than 0.01% ppm, that is 100 ppm, and then moisture should be maximum 10%. Next slide, please. Now, in this slide, we see there are various major avenues for gypsum utilization, like in the area of cement, gypsum, plaster and boards, load bearing panels, soil amendment. Due to its various properties, basically, gypsum is in great demand for different industries. Next slide, please. Yes. Now, regarding gypsum utilization in cement, gypsum is utilized in Portland cement manufacturing for controlling the setting time of Portland cement. And gypsum prevents flash setting of cement during manufacturing, as it retards and controls the setting time of cement. So we can say that gypsum allows a longer working time during mixing and transportation. It's added to the clinker just before final grinding to the finished cement, and water is mixed to the cement. Aluminates and sulfates get reacted and evolve some heat, but gypsum acts as a coolant and brings down the heat of hydration. And around 3 to 5% proportion of gypsum is used in the cement. Both mineral type of gypsum and byproduct type of gypsum are used in the cement manufacturing. Next slide, please. Now you see here, use of gypsum in Indian cement sector. Total gypsum consumption in the country at present in India is around 10 to 12 million metric tons per annum, right? Now the industrial production is 4 to 5 million metric tons per annum. So imports are also there to the tune of 4 million metric tons per annum. And from natural resources, mining, which we are mining, it is around 2 to 3 million metric tons per annum. Now, FGD gypsum production capacity by the year 2022 will be around 10 to 15 million metric tons per annum. So there can be a long-term purchase agreements with the cement plants. And the power plants have the advantage of demographic presence to supply good quality FGD gypsum, because gypsum is good quality among all the types of gypsum, whether be it a natural gypsum or byproduct gypsum. FGD gypsum is of a very good quality. To nearby, we can give it to nearby cement plant at cost-effective price due to its less transportation cost. So the imported quantity of gypsum, which is right now 4 million metric tons per annum, may be replaced with the FGD gypsum produced, so there won't be any need to import gypsum in the country, right? Then stress on natural resources will also be reduced. So we don't have to even mine our resources which we are having. Next slide, please. Now, gypsum plaster. Now, how gypsum plaster is made? Basically, when gypsum is calcined, gypsum dihydrate is converted into gypsum hemihydrate, right? And then used as gypsum plaster after preparation of mortar. And this is also used for internal plastering and masonry works. It is also sold as POP, which in layman language most of the people understand, and other proprietary products for different uses. Then gypsum boards. Gypsum boards are primarily used as a finish for walls and ceilings. These are also used for manufacturing partition walls, tiles, insulation boards, etc. And there are various manufacturing companies like Knauf, Germany, USG Borel, Saint-Gobain, etc., which are the pioneer companies in gypsum board and wall plaster production. And they are very much interested in having the long-term agreements with NTPC and other power plant companies for this supply of gypsum. The next slide, please. This I just want to show one example of gypsum board plant, which is just adjacent to a power plant in Germany. This plant is Danogyps Knauf plant at Schwarze Pumpe, Germany. And this is basically a back-to-back gypsum board plant, which helps in easy conveying of gypsum to board manufacturing plant and reduce transportation cost of gypsum. This plant is of the capacity 15,000 tons of gypsum storage yard. This plant is having 15,000 tons gypsum storage yard. And the products of this plant are plaster boards and plaster. And plaster board, which this plant is producing to the tune of 24 million square meter per year. right? Then and fuel they are using is natural gas, and input capacity of this plant is 42 tons per hour, and output plaster produces 32.5 tons per hour. In 2017, gypsum used was 270,000 tons, and corresponding consigned gypsum produced was 2 lakh tons. Gypsum quality required for gypsum board plant and granted by the power station is, so you see here gypsum as dihydrate, they are supplying 95%, which is 5% more than the required than the Indian standard. And moisture is same, that is less than 10%, and chloride is less than 100 ppm. And Messrs. North, Germany, they board plants installed are fully automatic plants. They don't have any manual intervention and can manufacture boards as per European as well as Indian standards. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes. Messrs. North Germany is producing approximately about 100 types of boards in their plant, depending on the need and requirement of the customer. And they are having full-fledged departments like engineering department, quality department, marketing, etc. Next slide, please. And okay, this is regarding the North Germany plant, how they are transporting gypsum from their FGD plants through conveyor belts to ships, railway wagons, and also in silos for uploading in trucks, and this back-to-back gypsum plant. Then majority of gypsum is going to integrated board plant through conveyor, or balance gypsum is going to other no plant through rail. This is basically their transportation mechanism. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. Now here various portions of building are shown where different types of gypsum boards are installed. The different strength boards are installed at different places in the building. Yes, next, please. No, next. This is done. Done. Please, next, 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 please. Yes, yes. Now, gypsum utilization in load-bearing glass fiber reinforced gypsum panels. Now, gypsum is utilized for manufacture of load-bearing glass fiber reinforced gypsum panels also. These panels are used for affordable and greenhousing, as no cement is used. There is no cement requirement as such when these load-bearing panels are used. And these are also used for fast tracking, durable, earthquake resistant, fire resistant, thermally comfortable, and better soundproofing housing. This figure, right side figure, you are seeing is the IIT Pati hostel. They are being constructed, and around 1.4 lakh square feet construction has already been done, and this is in Nellore. With these gypsum load-bearing panels, this construction has been done. Next slide, please. These panels, you see here one GFRG panel structure. These panels are manufactured in the dimension of 12 meter by 3 meter by 1.124 meter thickness, 124 mm thickness, with modular cavities. Right hand side, you are seeing the modular cavities. Recently, 1.5 lakh square construction with these panels have been done at IIT Tirupati, which I have just told. Next slide, please. Yes. Yes. Then GFRG load-bearing panels can be used in single or multi-story building construction, even up to 10 floors. Then GFRG panel manufactured by FRBL Kochi is using advanced Australian building technology, that is rapid wall. These are the world's largest load-bearing building panels with size of 36 square meters, which can be cut as per customer requirements. These panels are cut to required sizes like for walls, doors, windows, ventilators, floors, roof, etc. And application of GFRG panels are for load-bearing walls. Here cavities are filled with some reinforced concrete suitable for multi-storied housing. As partition walls, here panels are filled suitably with sand or low-strength concrete. As floor, roof slab, as reinforced concrete, micro beams, screed, T-beam section, and for external purpose. So In 6 table one plant, nearly 1.26 million square meter can be produced, and in this case gypsum requirement is around 56,000 tons per year. And these GFRG plants are also installed at Oman, China, and Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Next slide, please. Yes, this is comparison of GFRG versus brick wall, and this is comparison in terms of CO2 emission is shown here. Here 80 in GFRG walls, 82% less CO2 is produced, and CO2 produced is only 15 kg in 1 square meter GFRG wall against 84 kg in brick wall. In India at present around 243 million bricks are manufactured and around 14 billion ASE blocks are manufactured in a year, and 1 square meter of GFRG panel correspond to 115 bricks, and one single 6 table GFRG plant produces 1.26 million square meter panel per annum, which is equivalent to 145 million bricks. So 10 such plant would be equivalent to 1.4 billion bricks, which is quite insignificant in comparison to our demand. At present demand 243 billion consumed. So we are having a huge demand of gypsum right now. Next slide, please. This is basically GFRG panel plant is shown. This is FRBL Kochi plant, right side you are seeing. This is FRBL Kochi plant is there, where these GFRG panels are being manufactured. And this is one table where this glass fiber along with gypsum and some additives are used, and this 12 meter by 3 meter long GFRG panels are produced. Next slide, please. Yes. Now this GFRG as a building product is an excellent material for use in construction and is recommended for use by Building Materials and Technology Promotion Council, BMTPC, which has published following manuals also: GFRG Building Structural Design Manual, GFRG Construction Manual. Then BIS Code for Design and Specification is also under publishing. IIT Chennai has helped to a great extent in recommending to IS code, and very soon it will be printed. Next slide, please. Now gypsum used in agriculture. Now low grade gypsum is used in conditioning of alkaline soils and as a manure in agriculture, mainly for correcting black alkali soils. Now gypsum is a source of the essential plant nutrients, calcium and sulfur, and can improve overall plant growth. So use of gypsum in agriculture for sodic soil reclamation and as nutrient is pioneered by CSSRI Karnal, and UP Bhumi Sudhar Nigam and HLRDC Haryana are already procuring natural gypsum for soil reclamation reconditioning. So we are already having great demand for this. Next slide. I think this is the last slide. And then there are other minor uses of gypsum as well. In fertilizers, high purity gypsum may be utilized for manufacturing of ammonium sulfate fertilizer. Then pure white gypsum is also used as filler in paper, paints and textile goods. Gypsum is also used in pottery. And calcite gypsum is used for preparation of molds in the production of sanitary wares and statue manufacturing. And gypsum can also be used for Falji brick manufacturing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Malik, for a very elaborate presentation on how gypsum can be utilized and what are the different options and the advantages of utilizing gypsum. Thank you very much. And I have the pleasure of now inviting Mr. R.K. Sachdev. Mr. R.K. Sachdev will make a presentation on the role of coal quality in sulfur dioxide control. And just to introduce Mr. Sachdev, he is a mining engineer from ISM Dhanbad, and he worked for Coal India Limited, and he had a very key role in the establishment of CMPDI, and then he finally retired as advisor in the Ministry of Coal. He has been a director on the boards of BCCL and CMPDI, and he has worked on some international assignments. And currently he is the president of the Coal Preparation Society of India, which is dedicated to the clean and environmentally acceptable coal energy chain in India. Mr. Sachdev, please.
Thank you, Dr. Bansal. Can all of you hear me?
Yes, sir. You want to make any presentation on PowerPoint, sir?
Presentation, because we have already seen all of you must have been tired of presentations, including me. So I thought let's talk few very crucial things about.
Sir, your voice is not very clear.
So what? At this end, I find everything.
Some humming is coming actually. I don't know whether the others are also having the same problem.
I don't know.
Okay, sir, go ahead.
Can you look it up? Dr.
Go ahead,
Bansal?
sir. Go ahead, sir.
Magnesia, I think, can't hear me.
Sorry?
I find Magnesia can't hear me. What could be the reason?
No, we are able to hear you, but the voice is slightly unclear.
There is a distortion.
That could be due to network issues. Somehow, thanks to Airtel.
Okay.
You know.
Okay, sir, go ahead.
Now we are having. See, my job has been made easy by quite a few knowledgeable, brilliant students, and learning that and especially very overall.
I request everybody else to keep their audios on mute, please, so that we can hear everything clearly.
Many of you are not on mute, that's not problem. Coming back to coal is very important. Our resources are abundant, and our hydrocarbon resources as alternatives are very limited, so far known today. Our coals are high in ash content, which is worse in steam and all that. But sulfur is very low, as mentioned by EDF speakers. Our sulfur level is below 0.5%, and so probably quite, you can say, among the lowest in the world. Some of the American coals go as high as 3 to 4% sulfur, and Indonesian coals even higher sometimes. But all plant emissions, they really create pollution, no doubt. And pollution, which if you take the SPM, emanates from ash content. And ash content in our coals varies from 24, 25 to about 55%, in some areas even higher. Now, there is very simple, cost-effective and physical technology of coal washing, by which you can reduce ash content to the desired level. You know, earlier, prior to 21st May this year, or 21st June, 21st May maybe, or June, 21st May, 34% gas was the mandate upper limit for supply to power plants, located beyond 500 kilometers. But they had MOEF has withdrawn that mandate, and interestingly, coal companies have been given free hand to supply any quality of coal or any content to power plants. That means power plants have been left high and dry, and they have no choice. And Ravi overall has mentioned quite in his painful words what is happening to one sector, but in generally now one situation. Now, coming to sulfur, you know, when we go offshore, sulfur, part of sulfur gets eliminated. The sulfur after being going in two forms. Organic form, which is integrated with the coal matrix, which is difficult to separate, to get to burn only when it go. But the inorganic part of sulfur is particle sulfur, which is brought along with shales and stones. And it has been seen that after washing, the sulfur content in quantum terms comes to less than half what was in original coal. So once you do that, much of the problems of salts, they can be contained, and washing also when the ash is reduced, SPM get correspondingly reduced, coal becomes of uniform quality, heat value improves, and power plant, they run more efficiently with much lower emissions, particularly SPM and salts. So where the loss is concerned, I don't know how many people left in the family today. They know loss is more of a management issue of the balance, how much air you put in, and once you use the wash flow, which the quality uniform, gas control is much easier. Now coming back to benefit of wash flow, besides elimination of ash, power plants pay less out of haulage. Long distance power stations today, rail freight is roughly ₹2 per kilometer. You can imagine the power plant today is a 20 kilometer distance. 2,400 rupees per ton is only a freight. This is 2 times the cost of coal, which is pays to Korea or the water coal company buys. So therefore, the coal cost goes up 3 times. And if you can save a part of it, say if I save 20% out of it, it is a fortune, you know how much difference it makes in the freight saving. Now you can ask about the additional cost of washing. Very good question, Dr. Race. The cost of washing that we pay more than twice in the freight saving only. What to say? Other tangible and intangible benefits that power plant achieve in terms of efficiency, lower ash emission. You heard that problem of ash content. As fly ash, Malik mentioned that 200 million tons of fly ash being piled up every year, of which only 60% or 70% is being used. So washing helps in reducing the sulfur, reducing the ash content, improving the heat value, improving the efficiency of the plant, reducing the emissions of the power station, reducing the pollution around the power plants. Power plant saves in freight, and all the other benefits will pay high plant load factor and less coal has to be carried. So all these advantages are built into washing. But very unfortunately, the recent notification of the Ministry of Environment and Forest, which my friend, I think, teacher is only here, others are not there from that discipline. Government of India, the Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, they took away this mandate and allowed free one to the coal companies. And you heard maybe who has stated in very painful words about the cost of coal. Now, cost is high. Go on that you and get additional ash content. The quality deteriorates. As a result, the power plants stand losing on every front by taking unwashed coal. But somehow, I don't know how the wisdom prevailed on the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Coal, and even the what we did, you know, there was this right really after the mandate was issued, before that we protested to the government. We set up a research group comprised of experts from power stations, scientists, academic, research institutes, and even one of the former coal secretaries. And I was also a member of our wonderful government of India for 20 years. So we worked and done a lot of analytical work and a very well-researched report which we have sent to the Prime Minister, Coal Ministry, Power Ministry, India, and all that. We have not had any response from them so far. So any of the panel members who would like to share a copy of the report, we can give it to you and I can send it to Mr. Dr. Benson. We can give it to you. And you will see, coming back to our issue of FTD again, take place in America. One of the speakers mentioned about the sulfur content up to 1% more. While the American definition goes they contain up to 10% sulfur. But they don't put FTD. They just wash it and wash the sulfur away because the quantum of the inorganic sulfur is much higher compared to organic sulfur. And they are going to compare with it. And we are seeing with FGD looking in, I don't have to do with the cost of recognition. We are seeing a medical doctor telling that it's not a very environmentally friendly approach. If all this is being done with geobiological, some people still sitting here and not there, I don't know. One pressure is coming on us to follow the American standard or the German standard or Chinese standard. Why can't we have our own environmental standards to suit our core, to suit our economy, to suit our population, demography, and the land area available to us? We just copycat that we need FGD. And with the rate, I don't take any of the report I am mentioning. It seems to be having vendors pressure coming on the government, because when the speakers who spoke in this panel this morning, none of them supported FGD. Whether you take Navy director or you take people from other disciplines, including doctors. Then why this pressure is coming to the government? Apparently, the vendors pressure. The vendors are forcing us to take this technology. It will create additional carbon dioxide. It will take this all marking sign at the power plant. It will require additional land. The power stations will have energy loss when FGD is installed. You have to put up a unit waiting from 18 months to 30 months for putting the FGD in place, retrofitting. I'm not the only unit. If these are the disadvantages, the cost of power going up, which our customer has to pay plus taxes on anything from 25% to 75%. Here, I'm allowed to share with you very interesting. Exchange of information which I read, that government is prepared to forego 400 rupees what they take on what they again to call environmental cess, now it's called GST compensation to the states on coal. To reduce the cost impact of the FGD, you must have been reading the news over the last 2 days how states and central are fighting on the shortage of GST funds available to pass down to the states. If you take away that government also, just to sweeten the FGD cost, it is unfair to the economy. And I don't know, I'm not an economist, nor am I a politician. As a professional, I am telling it is a wrong thing to push ahead the FGDs. NTPC has done it, because NTPC and one of the FGD suppliers, they have got into regulation. NTPC is also consultant for FGDs. So there is a lot of conflict of interest going on within the system. But I know when we are getting to that statements. But at the end of the day, FGD in our situation is not required. Even Dr. Akesh Kumar from Delhi, he confirmed this statement that we don't need FGDs. Forgettable the extra cost, high tariff, more land required, more carbon dioxide reduced from the FGD installations, and from line is used. We are shortage of line, even for the SMS grade limestone is not available in the country. Some of the steel mills are thinking of importing limestone of that quality. So, merely because you have German technology of producing what you call this gypsum board or some sophisticated things for sophisticated housing, you have to be not as FGD because gypsum can be used. I'm sorry, you will not have approach. And I really appreciate the last presentation with you, Mr. Malik. Okay, the German company is doing their climate conditions are different. Their housing requirements are different. Their heating and cooling requirements are different. We don't need those things in India. Even today, at least 2/3 of the houses in the rural area are still mud and those big without under bricks. So my friends, so far, FPV, sulfur dioxide and coal nexus is there. I can assure you, I can go on record that if you start using raw coal, the FGVs are not required in most of the situations. Of course, yes. When you have cluster generation plants, to such cluster are there in India only in Singapore and probably in Korea. And they know what plants are going to those areas, and they are already saturated. I don't think they will need those clusters also. Now, on the cost of washing, additional cost of washing, we only relate 20 to 130 or 40 rupees per ton of coal. We have seen 1,200 rupees per ton coal price, 2,400 rupees ton of coal, to 120 rupees per ton. It's not a really a big fraction. Whereas if you want to spend 1,70,000 crores, which I have told you their estimate, our estimate is 2,90,000 crores on FGV installation rate of in the country for 169 gigawatt. In one point, you have heard our lady finance minister, 90,000 crores stimulus is being given to discoms just to keep them afloat. You are putting 90,000 rupees just to keep the discount afloat. You are putting 300 plus something that roads. Really power stations for putting FGVs. I don't know what this festival technology is going to get. So I really don't want to make time for already. One good thing which I really must thank Mr. Bansal for inviting me to join you, that I learned a lot. I very dedicatedly, consultatively went through each presentation starting from 1:30 till the last one. So I learned a lot. It was very knowledgeable sort of gained experience for me. I thank Dr. Bansal. I thank all of you who are still sitting and hearing me patiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Unfortunately, because of some audio issues, we were not able to completely hear and understand your thoughts. But we get the overall picture. We'll request you to maybe write down notes and send it to us, which can be shared with the. And in case Dr. BNP Singh is now available, I'll request him to complete his presentation. Please, Dr. BNP Singh.
Yes, Mr. Bansal, I can hear you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Hello.
So you want me to share your presentation?
Now cutting. Yeah, please come back to the slide.
Just give me a minute.
Please, sir.
Is that okay?
Yes, that is not there. Yeah, I could not see the slide.
So where do you want to start?
I will start in the middle. I was at yeah, I was at the point.
Sir, I think there is you still have an audio issue. Dr. Singh, you still have an audio issue. Your voice is not very clear. It is breaking in between.
I can hear you.
We are not able to hear you very clearly.
I can hear you clearly. Probably.
So, Kamyutra sir,
Implementation of the 16.7 milliliters.
yeah,
Then your coal consumption will go up by 1 to 1.
बंसल जी आप कुछ कह रहे थे?
हाँ मतलब ये डॉक्टर सिंह की वॉइस जो है उसमें ऑडियो में कुछ अभी भी प्रॉब्लम है डॉक्टर कमलता।
Right.
So my suggestion is means we will not be able to understand anything.
So since he has made the presentation, somebody can make the presentation on his behalf? Ask him if he's agreeing.
Yeah, means Dr. Singh, do you want me to read out the presentation on behalf of you? And then maybe we can hopefully explain some of the things during the discussion session, because we are already delayed too much. We only have now maybe 20 minutes left for the discussion.
Just
what I'll do, Kamyutra sir, is that maybe I'll explain on his behalf what he means to say. So one is, he says, because of the FGD technology using calcium carbonate, so instead of SO2, we are now releasing carbon dioxide. That is one question. The second question is the question of the chemical gypsum being formed during the process, and there is a issue of consumption or disposal of this chemical gypsum. And the third issue related to the entire FGD point is the question of consumption of limestone, and the fourth issue is the cost of production of power itself.
Right.
And so this is leading to the secondary environmental issue. That is what is his grievance or his problem. And the details are provided in terms of the statistics that for 126 gigawatt power plants, how much will be the additional consumption of limestone, how much will be the additional generation of carbon dioxide, and how much will be the additional production of gypsum, which all are going to cause additional issues. So, for example, 8 million tons of limestone is expected to be consumed over and above the existing ones. And this consumption itself will have its own problems in terms of mining and forest conservation issues and environmental issues and transportation issues and so on and so forth. And the transportation itself will, in his opinion, consume 35 million liters of diesel incrementally. And there will be an additional water requirement for the reagent preparation and so on and so forth. The total chemical gypsum generation, in his view, will be 25 million tons. And this will be, of course, including the phosphogypsum coming out of the phosphogypsum fertilizer plants. So his view is that instead of insisting on FGDs, probably the government could be better advised to, first of all, phase out the coal-based thermal power plants slowly and start moving towards more renewable resources. And the SO2 emissions could be restricted on a case-to-case basis rather than on a wider basis without looking at the environmental impacts. And the money saved from installation of FGD can be utilized for supporting the renewable energy and thus reducing the GHG emissions, conserving the natural resources like coal, water, and even limestone. And the government could think of rationalizing the FGD implementation. This was also mentioned by Dr. Rakesh. And this could be restricted to those plants which are located close to cities or metros where SO2 levels are high in the environment, which could be based on specific studies with respect to those plants. And for other locations, the government could think of providing support to our power players to install renewable power plants. The retirement of old thermal power plants in phased manner could be a better option, giving boost to the green energy. And so these are the broad suggestions from his side. These are the broad suggestions.
But you can, Bansalji, can you read this? Some of these are a good one. Can you read that?
Okay, so these conclusions I'll read out. These conclusions, Veterans Forum in its petition to Honorable NGT has made the following recommendations. In view of above facts, the Honorable Ministries and CPCB are. Just a minute. Are you able to see this, Pavitra sir?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Veterans Forum in its petition to Honorable NGT has made the following prayer. In view of above facts, the Honorable Ministries and CPCB are requested to carry out thorough study as to whether installation of FGDs in all thermal plants is really the need of the time. To produce the specific study for installation of FGD by respective power plants, as the SO2 GLC is always within the ambient air quality limit during whole year in India. This is very, very significant. And then to produce the study on other environmental impacts as stated above, including global warming due to installation of FGD, management of FGD gypsum, limestone mining, etc. To conduct the study on environmental impacts to revisit by keeping in mind the principle of natural justice as the direction for installation of FGD will cause other severe environmental effects and also undue burden on the general public. Power plants really causing SO2 level increase beyond stipulated safe level in nearby cities and areas may only be directed for installation of FGD post conducting plant specific discussion study. To contribute the equivalent cost of FGD installation in developing renewable or alternate green energy, and the respondent also consider this aspect. And to review the order for installation of APCDs for control of SO2 emission issued by MOF by notification dated December 7, 2015 and subsequent directions by CPCB in this matter to all the thermal power plants in view of all above points and the stand of MOF for relaxing the standards for NOx in the Honorable Supreme Court of India. That's it. So thank you, Dr. Singh. We unfortunately couldn't hear you, but valuable thoughts from your side and recommendations and suggestions to the courts and the authorities. So I'll request the chairman of the session, Mr. Kamnotra, to now open the discussion open the forum for discussion.
Thank you, Bansalji. Thank you, Bansalji. We had a great session covering a very wide aspect to be formulated and what are the impacts of the standards and the technology that need to be looked into that. A great presentation by Mr. Dr. Ajay Deshpande and Dr. Rakesh. And then we had presentation on the technology aspects from Mr. Malik, CEA. Then how, yes, what are the challenges we are facing, what are the life cycle assessment we need to do, and the subsequent presentation by Mr. Rajiv Agarwal. Then we had on the emissions and coal and how the challenges need to be addressed. But unfortunately, we could not have the presentation of Veteran Forum, and only we could have a presentation from which Mr. Bansal put up the recommendation or suggestion from their side, which gives some insight, yes, that yes, which is in very line director needy. Yes, the standard needs to be looked region-wide, and what Dr. Deshpande also mentioned, yes, it cannot be a common standard for the entire country. It needs to be looked into that. And then the causal effect, how the law can be used for environmental jurisprudence was explained by Mr. Rajkumar, advocate, and then Mr. Malik very well explained about the utilization of FGD cement, the role, because that is a major challenge. And with the growing FGD, the estimated lime gypsum is likely to be around 11 million ton, which is nearly equivalent to the capacity of gypsum required for cement plant. But in addition to that, we have phosphogypsum also, which is roughly 14 million tons, which is not being practically utilized. So these are the challenges in the transportation challenge. And then Mr. Sachdeva made a presentation on the coal quality in the SO2 context, and providing the insight and control of better operation. Session where wider aspects of the legislation, framing of the legislation, and how to go about the control mechanism and the impacts need to be considered while framing it. So now we have a session till around Justice Swadhandra Kumar will be joining around 5. So we have still 15 minutes before the Honorable Justice joins. So we can have a few questions from the audience besides the question that have been in the chat box.
So, Samudra sir,
I have a question. Yes.
Just hold on, sir. What I'll do, sir, is that we have already received a few questions earlier in the registration process and then in the chat box. So shall we proceed as per those?
We can take from them.
Okay. So the first question was by Mr. Durai Raj from Talwandi Sabo Power Limited. And he said the FGD timeline extension by CPCB is the need of the day, and FGD rationalizing considering SO2 for each level of plant nearby locations. Mr. Durai Raj, you're there?
Yeah, I am there, sir. Is it audible?
Yeah. So can you explain your question, and then maybe we can request who will take this question? Dr. Rakesh, you will be able to take this question?
Yeah, I can explain, sir. I can explain the question first. Actually, it was it was a very good organized webinar, and then everyone got a lot of insight and takeaways in this. And just I will take 1 minute to explain that we are totally impressed with the way Dr. Ajay Deshpande sir has explained about how the rules are framed and what kind of procedure has to be followed with positive and negative impacts and analysis, all these things. And the other second is Rakesh Kumar, Mr. Rakesh Kumar from Miri. He has explained.
Durai Raj, sorry. Ask your question. Do not explain what others have said.
Yeah. My question is very specific. Whatsoever we have heard from all the experts. So there is, as per CK and Mr. Rakesh Kumar. So it is the need of the day that FGD timeline extension needs to be considered by CPC. Considering whatever delay has happened by fixing the technical specification of the vendor limitations in India for implementing FGD, and as well as chimney norms for FGD has been released by MOEF in the year 2018 and last only. So based on these factors, so minimum time is required for 4 to 5 years, and Corona factor is also impacting heavily the power sector. So this is the time we got to think that.
Question has been, okay, Durai Raj, I understood the question. So there are two questions which you have listed out. One is the timeline extension, the other is the rationalization. I think we have already
rationalization. Sir, 1 minute I will take rationalization explanation. Rationalization, suppose to pollution level, whether it is a real concern. If you see now, because in the power plant of cities and towns also, it is in single digits.
Let's not keep on extending this. We have all understood, and I think Dr. Rakesh in his presentation has already mentioned the requirement of FGD and these revised standards should be need-based. He has already mentioned it. Unfortunately, we do not have any representative of either MOAF or CPCB here who will be able to say, yes, we will do it or no, we will not do it. So we can always make a recommendation, and maybe from our association, we will make a recommendation to the MOAF and CPCB on this, or both your suggestions, right? So we'll move to the next one. The other question was by Dr. Ritesh Kumar Singh from MS PGCL Khaparkheda TPS. And I think the gypsum related issue has been given here, and about some old plants. Dr. Ritesh, you are there? If you are there, you can maybe explain the question, otherwise we'll move ahead. I think gypsum issue has already been explained by Dr. Malik very, very well. So there are options for utilization of gypsum which should be pursued. And old plants, maybe we have already talked about that. So if he is not there, we'll move to the next question by Mr. Chandrasekhar. And I don't know whether somebody will be able to answer this question because we do not know what is the technology. And I think the suggestion will be to approach either the SPCB or the CPCB or the CEA for getting your technology accredited. But in any case, if you are there, you can explain the question. Otherwise, we'll move to the next question.
Once again, no approval of technology is required from the board, basically. If you see, the standards have to be complied with.
Correct.
Yeah.
So actually, an industry will. But yes, still, I think the question is testing and maybe pilot testing and ratification by somebody. So maybe CEA is the right authority, not the pollution control.
My name is Shivram. I'm Chandrasekhar's colleague here. Can I ask? So we have a method which we have validated in the pilot plant, where at a high temperature we are able to reduce the emission of sulfur gases using a microbial application. Now, what we want to know is there an institution where we can collaborate with and validate this before we approach any actual user for this technology?
So, Kamitra sir, who will be able to respond to this?
Let Dr. Rakesh respond because he's. Can I request Dr. Rakesh for you to respond to this?
Is Dr. Rakesh still there?
So maybe best is, we try to approach Dr. Rakesh. We will write to him directly and see whether he is able to help us.
I think that will be the right approach. Dr. Rakesh is not there. He has left.
Okay.
So that will be the right approach. You either approach NERI or you approach the CEA. CEA is also possibly able to help.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay. Mr. AJ Rao is there?
Dr. Rao? He has left.
I think he has left. So, okay. Then another question from Mr. Rao. Then Mr. Yogesh Gupta. Yogesh Gupta is there? No. Okay. Mr. Zakir.
Mr. Yogesh Gupta, I have replied to his question.
Okay. Then Mr. Zakir, the question was about the caustic scrubber. So will anybody be able to respond to his question whether caustic scrubber is possible to use?
So that Mr. Malik has already replied that yes, it can be used, but you have to see the cost benefit analysis and the life cycle analysis of that towards the cost.
All right. Okay. Then Mr. J.K. Moitra has mentioned the country is wasting 1.36 lakh crores of rupees for FGD, which is not required except plants that are located. Okay. This is only an observation. It's vendor-driven standard. Only vendors supplying FGD will be benefited. 448 plants and all that. Then my question about FGD, is it possible to use caustic scrubber? Yeah, it's already been answered. I agree with Dr. Mohitra that country is wasting money. Amar Dalvi, is December 22 timeline for achieving 600 mg per nm cube for all power plant, including a small CPP?
Yeah. Can I respond to that?
Yes, please, please.
Yeah, in January 2018, Ministry came out with a notification which is applicable to the boilers, which states that SO2 and NOx has to be controlled from the boilers, and they have specified the areas like boiler use in tannery, distillery, textile, and all this has been very well specified, where the standard of SOx and NOx have to be met. But this not apply to the gas-based boilers or the boiler using biomass as fuel. It's only for the other fuels these standards are applicable.
Amar Dalvi, you are there? No. Okay. So next is Mr.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah.
Yes, Amar.
Yeah, I am asking over the captive power plant, sir, actually. For small captive power plant, is the timeline is December 22, or is there any other thing?
June 2020, as far as I understand, but maybe Mr. Kanuta should be able to clarify that.
You see, power plants, captive power plants, the target was June. Most of the power plant had to comply with June 2020. And that time period is already over in most of the cases. So 22 is not the target of captive power plant.
Okay.
Then
is there any document for that? Any document available?
Yeah, most of the industries have information that they have to comply with that.
Okay. Thank you.
I think, Amar, what has happened is that there is no document as such in terms of standards or notification by the ministry. But the CPCB has issued specific directions to each of these power plants, captive power plants.
Okay.
And I'm sure your industry also would have received that direction. So in case you have not received, then the timeline of December 22 stays for you also.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Then next question is by Vaishali Suravat. If we do lime dosing mixing with coal for CFBC boilers, then SOx levels can be reduced drastically. FGD is only PF-fired boilers only. Any experienced boiler type wise will help understand better. So can anybody respond to that?
This question is on the chat box, sir?
Yes. Anyone from the audience will be able to respond to that. Dr. Malik, you want to respond to that?
Which question, sir?
I'm saying the question is from Vaishali. If we do lime dosing or mixing with coal for CFBC boilers, then SOx levels can be reduced drastically. FGD is only for PF-fired boilers. Any experienced boiler type wise will help understand better.
No, I can't say on that.
So my view is yes, but the question is the CPCB or the MOF do not prescribe any specific technology. They only want the standards to be complied with, whatever way you want.
Actually, in this case, I just want to say one thing. NTPC has already started production of gypsum at one of their plants at Vindhyachal, and at one or two plants it will be starting soon.
Okay.
And FGD gypsum which is being produced is of more than 90% purity, and that is sold to cement plants.
No, the question is not about gypsum, Dr. Malik. The question is about SO2 control. How to do the SO2 control?
No, in the existing plant, CFBC plant, already lime dosing is being done to control, because if you use Indian coal, the SO2 concentration is roughly 1200 to 1300 milligrams per normal meter cube. And for the old boiler, the standard is 600 milligram per meter cube. So for CFBC and AFBC boiler, they can easily meet that standard with that. Hello.
Yeah, okay. So we'll go ahead. Next question is from Mr. Manoj Lohakare. We want to know whether SO2 and NOx emission is also applicable for process coal-fired boiler, which is used to generate steam for the process. I think, Chandra sir, you are the best person to answer this.
I have already answered it. Yes, the ministry in 2018 came with a notification prescribing norms for SO2 and NOx for the coal-based power plants, but that coal-based boilers, which are not applicable, the standards are not applicable to biomass, or they are not applicable to the gas-based boilers. Already in 2018 it came.
Okay. Then next is Mr. Viresh Shah. Want to know whether SO2 and NOx emission is also applicable for pulverized coal firing boiler, which is used to generate steam. Then Shyam K. Is there any information on FTB? FTB available for less than 20 megawatt CPP with imported coal as fuel and boilers generating steam less than 50 tons per hour.
Now, Dr. Malik has already specified that generally FGD is used for higher capacity. Wet line is used for higher capacity, not for small capacity.
Please keep audios on mute, please. All audios on mute, please. All audios on mute, please. Okay. Next is Mr. S.K. Tyagi. Is okay. C.K. Datta. Mr. Moitra. Limestone transportation to the power plant and gypsum transportation from power plant will create more adverse impact than discharging SO2. Untreated SO2 is harmful to health only at very high ambient concentration. 1000 ppm and above. Okay. This is again an observation. Vaishali. So well put without a proven pilot, we are hurriedly placing orders. J.K. Moitra, Dr. Ajay Deshpande said in the beginning that before implementing, enforcing any standard or policy, government should do impact assessment study and cost balance. This is a fact that has been ignored by decision makers. Shyam K. By installing WFGD.
Loudly, so that we can hear it.
Okay, Dr. Tyagi, sorry.
Are you hearing me, sir? I am loudly speaking. Similarly, you speak loudly.
Okay, sir. Okay, don't worry. So, Mr. Dr. S.K. Tyagi has mentioned, but deforestation due to lime mining and added pollution due to transportation of lime and gypsum is bound to happen. Okay. Then there is a limit of 3 cubic meter per hour per megawatt for water consumption. It's not feasible even with COC of 8. All have to go for air-cooled CT. Dr. Singh, your audio should be muted, please. Dr. Singh. What a disturbance coming from there.
What is the question?
Just hold on. Yeah, coming back. So it's not a question. He's saying, Mr. Moitra is saying that there is a limit of 3 cubic meter per hour per megawatt for water consumption. It's not feasible even with COC of 8. And all will have to go for air-cooled cooling tower. That's the observation here.
So that's the issues are there.
Okay, next. Mr. Neerav Solanki. He says whether the FGD gypsum has only calcium sulfides or combination of other salts such as calcium sulfide and bisulfide. I think Dr. Malik should be able to answer that. Dr. Malik?
Yeah, hello. This actually calcium sulfide should be less than 0.5%.
Okay.
And as per IS standard, we have to go by IS standard only. Whatever is there in IS standard, we have prescribed for FGD gypsum also, and we have already proposed some contaminants in that. But this sulfite and bisulfites as such are not envisaged.
Okay. But just a supplementary question, Dr. Malay, means this will automatically happen that calcium sulfide and bisulfide will be not there, or you have to do something to ensure this?
No, it's automatically. We cannot do anything.
No process control required.
No, only process control can be there, but for during FGD gypsum, because with process control we have to maintain chloride less than 100 ppm, and then moisture content less than 10%, and this calcium sulfide would automatically, if all these parameters are maintained, then what I think this calcium sulfide and bisulfide will also be maintained.
You know, normally it is a calcium oxide combining with SO2, so it is a natural way will be only calcium sulfide. How will it get converted to calcium sulfate?
No, because oxidation is also there.
So oxidation will have to be done, and it will have to be ensured that it is properly oxidized.
Yes, it's very correct.
Okay.
Dr. Malik, I'm Rajiv Agrawal here.
Yes. Yes, please.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm Rajiv Agrawal here. Dr. Malik, I have just very basic question, which not many people would be trying to understand. That for making a good gypsum, which can be used in boards, etc., what is the limestone quality that is required? Because that's a question which is
actually, basically, what I have also told in the presentation also, it depends. Gypsum, final gypsum quality depends on mostly on the lime purity. If our lime is pure, we can
So what is the percentage of calcium carbonate calcium that you require?
Actually, when we use 90% of calcium carbonate, this we get 90% of gypsum purity. But if we have 95% pure this calcium carbonate, only then we can have 95% gypsum purity. In NTPC plants, we are already getting 90% pure gypsum, because we are able to get 90% pure calcium carbonate. Now the thing is that if we get able to get more pure this calcium carbonate, then we can achieve still higher purities. In Germany and all in other European countries, they are achieving more than 95%. And that
what is the percentage of this 90% plus CSU, means calcium carbonate availability? Because as I understand, the whole cement industry is struggling.
You are very correct. In this MP region, it's not possible to get that much. In Rajasthan region, this good quality gypsum, this lime is there.
But within Rajasthan also, what I am seeing, because I am constantly monitoring cement industry, and I am finding that ultimately the whole cement industry is using pet coke, also because the quality of limestone is too bad now, and if they use Indian coal for preparation of raw meal into the cement kiln, then they cannot even produce cement. So for that reason, to avoid ash, they are using pet coke. Now, if such is a bad situation about limestone, and is it worthwhile or is it justifiable to use this good quality limestone, which can be utilized for high value added cement, which is required in a nation?
That question those possibilities are yet to be seen. Definitely, you are very correct. Actually,
quality of limestone 0.01% or 1%.
No, you are very correct. Actually,
so if that is the case,
We have to see the long-term possibility, definitely.
Then everything else become a hypothesis. Then why should work?
Actually, right now we are able to produce 90%
Everything is possible, but practically,
actually,
what I'm saying is, what is the mineral resource availability?
That has to be seen, definitely. Yes.
Okay, so shall we move to the next one, please? So the next question is by Mr. Bhuvan. Is this for coal power plant? I thought Germany is getting rid of coal plants. I think this is again for Dr. Malik.
Yes. Yes, Germany is getting rid. Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Moitra has a problem. He says some NOx will be converted to nitrates in FGD, and therefore it's impure gypsum having nitrates, chlorides, etc. So again, Dr. Malik, you may respond to that.
No, actually, nitrate as such is not shown as impurity in this BIS standard. Nitrate as such is not shown as an impurity.
The whole point is nitrates will be there, and if it is not shown, does it mean that it will be acceptable?
That I see in the German specification, because Indian specifications are being made with the previous old specifications of phospho, fluoro, and marine gypsum. And I'll have to see the German specification if that is there.
Okay.
Yes.
Nirav Solanki says whether the FGD gypsum has only calcium sulfate or this has already been answered.
Yes,
and Dr. Malik, good presentation. What is the impact of moisture percentage in sulfo gypsum? Is there any impact of moisture during storage?
Actually, moisture content should not be more than 10%, but during storage, it does not have any impact.
Okay. And then Mr. Venkatesh has a question for you. How is sulfo gypsum storage planned during interim period of generation to transfer to cement plant? Any pond, etc., like ash?
No, not pond, rather this. Gypsum storage yards are there, and of course we can have this gypsum silos.
Okay.
And then if back-to-back gypsum plant is there, then we can have the conveyor belts also.
Okay. In fact, Mr. Moitra has also mentioned something about this. He says gypsum out of FGD will not have similar properties that of pure gypsum, and some pre-treatment is required. In Badmer, Rajasthan, they have 8 by 135 megawatt EPP using lignite. They have FGD and store the gypsum in separate pond. Okay.
No, to this question, I have just now also said that we are able to get 90% gypsum at our NTPC plants because we have already started producing gypsum.
Good evening.
If lime purity is there, if we are able to maintain the lime purity.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So I think Justice Swatantra Kumar is now about to join, and therefore let's wait for him.
Hello.
Sir, good evening.
Good evening, Bansal sir.
Yes, sir.
Regarding this phosphogypsum, I'm R.N. Jindal, former director of the Ministry of Environment and Forest. And about this gypsum, there is a issue. You see, we have got fertilizer plants which are producing gypsum, phosphogypsum they are producing, and there is a duty issue from the government.
Jindal sir, एक minute, hold please. I think Justice Swatantra Kumar has joined. Sir, good evening and welcome to this webinar, sir. Are you able to hear us? Lordship, you are able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, and I hope you people can hear me.
Yes, sir. Very welcome to you, sir, for this webinar, and thank you very much for making time out for us. So I'll quickly, now of course you don't need any introduction to particularly an environmental fraternity, but still just to quickly give the audience a glance on your introduction, sir. So, sir, and what I'll do, sir, is I'll request Mr. J.S. Kamutra, who is the former member secretary of Central Pollution Control Board, to quickly introduce you, and then we'll be liking to listen to you.
Sir, a warm welcome to this webinar, and it's indeed a great honor for me to introduce to the audience. And you don't need any introduction, and I don't have the words to introduce also, sir. So, Professor Justice Swatantra Kumar is a distinguished Juris Professor of Law and Justice. Justice Swatantra Kumar has been the former Chief Justice of Bombay High Court, a judge of Supreme Court, and also the former chairperson of National Green Tribunal. He was instrumental in delivering several landmark judgments, widening the horizon of environmental jurisprudence in India. These judgments have related to cleaning of River Ganga and Yamuna, lakes, air pollution, Himalayan glaciers, municipal solid waste, and protection of forest. Some of his judgments are of international scope, like those dealing with oil spills because of sinking ships. His Lordship introduced for the first time the practice of a consultative process of stakeholders in the dispensation of environmental justice. Under his leadership, the National Green Tribunal had held various international as well as regional conferences on environment in various parts of the country, where many countries from across the globe have actively participated and contributed to the burning issues of ecological conservation and climate change. For his contribution as Judge of the Supreme Court of India, Judge of and Chief Justice of High Court, and the Chairperson of the National Green Tribunal, he has been bestowed with 12 different awards, including the National Law Day Award, Lifetime Achievement Award, International Human Rights Award, and many such awards. Justice has been also nominated as a member of the governing body of Global Judicial Institute for the Environment, which works under the UNEP, and have addressed various national and international conferences organized by the United Nations and various other national and international organizations. So it's a very brief introduction what I could do with my caliber, sir. Thank you very much, and a warm welcome to this seminar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And Lordship, do I make a summary of the entire different days deliberations, sir? I'll take 2 minutes.
Whatever you feel like, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So we had several presentations made by different experts, beginning with Dr. Ajay Deshpande, who spoke about the role of regulatory impact assessment in setting environmental standards. And he contended that there has to be a regulatory certainty and long-term policies and targets which will promote compliance along with deterrent action on non-compliances when you set environmental standards. This is a regular practice in most of the developing countries, but unfortunately in India it is not getting followed. Another presentation was made by Dr. Rakesh Kumar, the director of CSIR Miri Laboratory of Nagpur, and he talked about the environmental rationale for the standards which have been revised for thermal power plants. But he recommended that the implementation should be probably initially restricted to the new plants first, and there should be a utilization of the coal cess for funding of the upgradation of the new plants, and it should also be restricted to impact-based implementation. Wherever it is most needed should be prioritized for implementation. Then we had a presentation by Mr. B.C. Malik of Central Electricity Authority, who gave details about the implementation status of the new revised standards. But unfortunately, what he mentioned was a very slow state of compliance, particularly because of many challenges, including import dependence and including a lot of time to be taken for the existing plants. And therefore, he also mentioned about the need for extension of the timelines. Then there was some presentation made by Mr. Rajiv Agrawal of the Captive Power Producers Association, and he mentioned the difficulties specific for captive power plants and said that the revised standards and the implementation plans and the technologies do not take sufficient care about the captive power plants because they are very, very small in size compared to the IPPs. And then Dr. B.N.P. Singh made a presentation about the secondary environmental impacts arising from the implementation of FCDs in power plants, particularly referring to the issue of gypsum disposal and use of additional limestone and auxiliary consumption of power and additional water consumption. And most important of all, replacing sulfur dioxide emissions with carbon dioxide emissions. And he has also filed a petition in the NGT, which is under consideration. Then Dr. Malik of NTPC mentioned what are the different options for gypsum utilization arising from the use of FGDs. And he mentioned the specific option of utilizing in the gypsum plasterboards. And lastly, Mr. R.K. Sachdev mentioned about the options with respect to washing of coal and therefore thereby reducing the emissions of both particulate matter as well as the sulfur dioxide. Mr. Rajkumar mentioned about the various litigations pending in various courts. So that was the overall deliberation, sir, and we had a lot of discussion. Now over to you, sir.
Good evening to all of you, please. Well, I do take a lot of pleasure in talking to you for a very short time this evening. In fact, you know what has just been mentioned, various experts have spoken to you in
Sorry, sir, we appear to have lost your voice.
I don't think I need to I don't think you can hear me because I think something has gone wrong.
No, sir, we are now able to hear you again.
Okay, I don't know, but in my system it is still showing the red.
No, sir, we are able to hear you very loud and clear.
Okay, fine. So you are able to hear me now, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So what I was mentioning was that sulfur dioxide belongs to the family of sulfur oxide gases. These gases are formed when fuel containing sulfur is the metal smelting, other industrial processes, and more particularly in relation to the power generation, the thermal plants. Needless to say that it's a very risk associated affair which is of serious consequences as far as human health is concerned. It is a matter of concern today, not only in our country, but across the world, whether we talk of developed countries or we talk of developing countries. Even in United Kingdom and USA, the Environmental Agency monitoring the emission rate of pollutants into the air, according to an analysis of a national NASA data released by environmental NGO Greenspace on Monday, India has more than 15% of all anthropogenic sulfur oxide hotspots in the world selected by OMI satellite, and therefore India was identified to be the world's largest emitter of anthropogenic sulfur dioxide, which is produced from coal burning and greatly contributes to the air pollution. That is what the study claims. But I would frankly share with you some of the very simple experiences which I gained in few years of my association with development of environmental jurisprudence in our country. Viewed from any angle, the development of environmental jurisprudence in our country has been very rapid. Whether it related to protection of glaciers, whether it related to rivers, whether it related to air pollution, whether it related to water pollution, whether it related to industrial development, traffic management, all this put together, if you look at the global scenario in relation to how fast and how, in short time, India has taken a much needed steps for controlling and checking the pollution levels. It was just mentioned when you were recapitulating what happened in the few days, in the few sessions that you already had, is that the implementation has been a matter of serious concern in our country. Well, I would share with you frankly that it's not only in India that implementation of environmental laws is an issue. It is most of the countries in the world are facing this particular problem or a challenge, you may put it, that is with regard to the controlling of emissions, whether they originate through the thermal plants or the plants or other correlated which generate SO2 or even other gases. And so why are we emphasizing so much of SO2? Because it's one of the serious pollutants. But what I am saying is that even if we look at the other parameters of air pollution, whether we talk of PM 2.5, PM 10, NOxes, other elements are equally responsible. But yes, SO2 has a very serious contribution in relation to human health and environmental degradation. Whichever country I visited for you have to don't have to be so worried in the sense that we can't say that it is just applicable to our country. It is a universal problem. Now, when we talk how do we control, let's see there are three concepts which are applicable. One is the regulatory authorities. Second is the policy framers. Third is the citizen, including the entrepreneurs or the industry at large. These three we can look up from a very distinct criteria. First, we talk of policy framers. Now in our country, and this is little unique to our country, that there is a tremendous gap between the policy framers and the practical side, technical knowledge, and technological development all over the world. You know, these are little distinct in our country. That is, the people who frame the policy may not be really aware about the technological developments all over the globe. They may not be able to assess the practical aspects of their policy framing. And most importantly, there is lack of positive data being available to them. These three aspects, if they are not with the policy framers, so they may be framing policies which may be difficult to implement, or they may be quite impractical to be implemented. Then we go to the regulatory. Which completely controls them. So if a regulatory authority is incapable of controlling, incapable of enforcing, incapable of implementing its regulatory role, it causes a very serious weakness on the environmental protection concepts. Now, that may be arising from anything and everything, including emissions. Third is the role of the entrepreneur, industry, or the citizenry at large. You know, you all must be knowing it. I'm sure you must be aware that under our constitution, where there is a obligation upon the government to protect environment and natural resources, there is equally a constitutional duty on the citizen. Now, when we talk of citizens, it means it includes everybody, industry, you know, groups, societies, individuals, and everybody without exception. They are under constitutional obligations to, in any manner whatsoever, protect the natural resources and ensure there is no environmental degradation. Now, if the citizens do not have a change or kind of, I would say, mindset change. Now, here the reference may be appropriate to the waste management plants. Now, they do generate emissions also, but maybe I don't know strictly whether SO2 or not. But they do it in a way that let the plant be there anywhere in the country, but not in my backyard. So that mindset has to change. Today you have the plants which are like gardens. So you have to have that approach. That's a positive approach. You know, now you see cumulative effect of this. if these three wings of or the instrumentalities of the state, they work together and there is a collective assertiveness on their part, then I am sure the problem, what we have just mentioned, that there is a problem with enforcement of law would be reduced considerably. You know, that people will automatically start having respect for law. Now coming to one of the important cases, which I don't know, most of you must be knowing, is this Okla thermal plant, waste to energy plant, not thermal plant. We have those two plants, which obviously one has been shut down. But now in there, you know, there was a very serious issue with regard to emissions. But the basic problem which was raised was, the principle evoked was that, yes, how can you have a plant around the residential areas? Now that may not be true, because in a place like Delhi, where are you going to find land for making waste to management plants, or even if you want to establish a thermal plant? So why don't you bring the plants? Now, you know, the Supreme Court passed an order stopping a lot of thermal plants. NGT passed an order closing thermal plants. But then you can't keep on closing thermal plant where you're going to have the power generation from. Of course, you have an alternative today, which is of course said through the, you know, solar, then wind energy, then you have the hydro project. But, you know, it's not so easy to shift in such a diverse, largely populated and a huge country like ours. So we need a very concerted effort to control the emissions. Now we are talking of, now, you know, we try to de-link, when we talk of climate change, we try to de-link it from environment and make it a very special section of environmental jurisprudence or environmental science, that climate change is something independent. But as don't know, you all are experts. So I think climate change is a consequence of your day-to-day life. And so how do you live? What emissions do you do it? Green gases, ozone layer, well, they're very nice terms, but fact of the matter is their level changing or their variations are directly dependent on what do you do in your day-to-day life. Just coming to the last thing that I would like to share with you is to reduce the sulfur dioxide emissions from power plants. One, of course, is shifting to nuclear generation and other three sources of power generation. Improved efficiency of conversion of fuel to electricity. Then shift fossil fuel plants to power sulfur fuels, lower sulfur fuels. Removal of sulfur from coal before combustion, or sulfur oxide after combustion, but before it enters the stack. The techniques to be considered are coal preparation, solvent refined coal, low sulfur, and shift fuel consumption from electricity to pipeline grade gas made from coal. Now see, these are purely technical aspects which you people, I'm sure, have discussed in very great detail. I would only suggest one thing, that such kind of webinars or such kind of conferences should be able to generate and feed not only the private sector, but even the public sector, even the government. You should be able to provide some assistance to them to show. That is why I said the three wings, regulatory, policy framer and citizenry role must come together. If you make them suggestion what are practical things which will reduce such emissions, what we'll be adding considerably a lot, because we are being said at the international level that we are not able to make our commitments of 2020 and may not be able to make the commitments of 2030 even as per Paris Agreement or other international commitments on our behalf. So all I say is, with good technical support and good scientist research, I think India is capable of achieving all the possible targets. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir, for your words of wisdom. And I'll request Mr. Kamnotra to say a formal thanks to you. Mr. Kamnotra, please.
Sir, it was a great pleasure to have you here. And in spite of your busy schedule, since the morning you had a meeting and you got spared some valuable time for us and enlighten us with your views and provide a roadmap that how we should work into that for better environment, and which is obligatory or mandated in the constitution also. So we are really very thankful to you for providing all the guidance, and whenever we need help, I think it will always be coming, and I'm sure it will always be coming from your side, sir. On
you can be there.
On behalf of this group, sir. Yes, sir. On behalf of this group, I again thank you very much for sparing your valuable time for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I take your leave, please. I have another meeting to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So, Kamnotra, sir,
Shall we continue with the question, or what you feel? What?
Yes, if the audience is willing to step back, we can take a few more questions. Otherwise, we can wrap up also. And if there are any remaining questions, maybe we can address them in email communications. I think people are willing to leave now because it's already 15 minutes over our scheduled period.
Chaliye. So
I have, I'm Sunil. I have posted one doubt related to the gypsum purity and, gypsum utilization. Can someone throw some light on that?
So maybe we'll request Dr. Malik to respond to that. Shall I read out that question?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the acceptable level of gypsum purity in cement plants and for making GFRG panels in order to maintain limestone purity to the levels of 80% on consistent basis? We need to import limestone, particularly in Chhattisgarh area, based on our assessment. At the level of 80% limestone purity, we can achieve maximum gypsum purity of around 84%. Based on the input from Dr. Malik, gypsum purity should be more than 90% for salability. In such case, what do we do with the gypsum generated? Only landfill? Is it possible to maintain all plants across India to maintain limestone purity level more than 90%? Can anyone throw some light on this major issue? So, Sunil, I think this was already discussed when Mr. Rajiv Agrawal was raising this issue. And Dr. Malik, I don't think will have an answer. This will have to be surveyed and confirmed.
No, in fact, I can throw some light.
Okay,
actually,
please do.
Saint Gobain and North Germany, they have tested our gypsum being produced at our one of our plants, and they found gypsum purity very good for their board plants and for GFRG panels. Also, Australian company has seen our specification, gypsum specification. They have also found it acceptable. So as far as gypsum purity is there is no concern as such by those vendors, and we are able to right now achieve gypsum purity of 90%. So I don't think any problem right now, but maybe later on, if we are not able to get the specified limestone purity, we may have problem. But as it is being mentioned that we have to import limestone to get 90% gypsum purity. But right now this case is not there. We are able to maintain 90% purity with Indian gypsum. Indian limestone.
As per the assessment which we have made, it is not an economical viable solution to transport it from or some other place.
That is okay. But one thing I tell you, previously we were selling gypsum at some X cost to nearby to some cement plants. Then one of the nearby plants purchased gypsum at 5x cost from us, 5 times of the previously tendered cost. This cost this time was 5 times, because the nearby these cement plants and nearby factories where the gypsum board plants can be installed, they can purchase the gypsum at affordable prices.
But we need to maintain the purity level to around 90%. That's what you said. Which looks to be,
that we are able to maintain right now.
yeah, but how do we do that? Because when we get a limestone purity of 80%, we cannot go beyond gypsum.
We can further discuss. We can further discuss on that. There is no problem.
Bansalji, can I have a question?
Jinder sir, please go ahead.
Thank you. Bansalji, this is another issue is in making like fly ash. NTPC and other power companies made a big things that we will be able to do this about fly ash, that fly ash, and finally brick in a small sector industry is the victim of these circumstances, and it is a creation of NTPC and others because they are saying fly ash is being generated by power company and they say you use it, where Brickin cannot use it. Similarly, they will produce any type of gypsum and they will say to the cement plant, you use it, and cement plant will not be able to use it. Now, instead mining gypsum, we are going to mine lime. Lime mining has got its own issue, and somebody is suggesting even the import of lime. What they say, careless attitude and option is this country can afford that. When ambient air quality data says we do not exceeding the sulfur dioxide level anywhere in the country in ambient air, why we are enforcing this thing? Somehow our sector is going heavy. BHEL is not getting orders. Orders were going to China in the name of technology, supercritical plants. Now this is a new thing, and economy is going to dooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Jinder sir. So in case people are interested, we can take a few more questions. I think Mr. Amit has asked 2 questions. One is the 2 alternative decisions are whether FGD is to be installed in all TPPs or the amount can be diverted for RE. RE may be able to reduce global pollutant GHGs, but as far as local pollutant is concerned, it has to be through capture and storage of local pollutants. And then he has given another observation. China has gone for priority dispatch of power from TPPs which have pollution control technologies installed and are efficient. Can this be incorporated in regulations by CERC for ensuring priority in dispatch after RE to such TPPs in India also? Anybody who will be able to respond to these questions or suggestions?
बंसल जी।
हाँ त्यागी साहब।
हाँ सर, मेरा जो अभी जिंदल साहब ने कहा है उसको हल्के में ना लिया जाए। देश की इकोनॉमी का ध्यान रख के और एनवायरमेंटल कंडीशन का ध्यान रख के इसको बड़ा सीरियसली विचार किया जाए इस पे, क्योंकि हमारा पहले इसको जरूरत क्या है हमें, जो हमारा SO2 वायलेट कर ही नहीं रहा है, तो व्हाट इज द नीड? फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज दिस. So it means we are vendor driven. We are not, and another side, we are undermining the EIA notification, which is going to give a more burden to the country. So relax notification is coming now. So one side we are doing such things, and one side we are showing too much relaxation and burden on the country, which is not in the favor of the our poor people. So this money will go from somewhere.
Yes, sir.
So these all ministry as well as other policy makers should reconsider this. And wherever, if there is emergency, it is required, they can consider only those plants.
Okay, sir. Noted, sir.
Yes, sir.
And then there is a question by Mr. Sandeep. Presentation on utilization of gypsum make a case where there is huge requirement of gypsum in India. Example, building material, clay brick substitution as load bearing. TPP gypsum can be a source as well as we need to evaluate the environmental cost and other impacts to meet the gypsum requirement. संदीप जी आप हैं यहाँ पे, तो then you can explain probably what you want to say. Mr. Sandeep. So maybe he's not there. Then there is a question I think for Mr. Rajkumar. Rajkumar ji आप हैं?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. So there is a question for you. Mr. Adarsh Kumar Tiwari is asking, is there any case filed in court against the direction for FGD installation timeline? If yes, what is the status of that?
Yes, I have already discussed in my presentation. Yeah, an appeal was filed by NTPC before the NGT, and it was the direction of the NGT that they have to install the FGD within 6 months, and also ensuring that all railway wagons transporting coal are covered with tarpaulin. So these are both the directions which were issued by the Pollution Control Board is directed to be complied with. Then thereafter they gone to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has given the time up to 2022 as well as 2021.
Okay.
So this case is already pending before the Supreme Court. No, so Supreme Court has already disposed of this application, this appeal.
Okay.
By these directions. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Please.
So I think the last question is from Mr. Tejinder Singh too. One issue related to FGD is generation of wastewater with very high chloride content and its disposal, particularly in wet lime FGD. As per current trend, it has to be disposed of in ash dikes, but with focus on ash utilization, how this would be handled? Can anybody respond to this? No. Mr. Tejinder Singh Toor, are you there? So the questioner is also not there. So I think we have covered all the questions which have been given by the audience, and some of them have got an answer, but the major concern expressed by so many people, including Dr. Tyagi, including Mr. Rajiv Agrawal, and so many other people, is with respect to the viability and the actual requirement, whether FGDs are required, whether SO2 is required to be controlled or not, remain unanswered and probably will rest for a day. But if we believe what Mr. Rajkumar is saying, then the standard by itself, notification itself cannot be challenged now because of the limitation issue. It only can be reviewed in terms of its secondary environmental impacts or its implementability and so on and so forth. But the notification itself cannot be legally challenged. The government only can review it, maybe extend the timeline for implementation and so on and so forth. So in the end, I'll request Mr. Kamutra to say a few words, and then I'll request Mr. KP Nyati. We missed out on hearing him in the beginning, to say a word of thanks, please. Kamutra sir.
Thank you, Vansaji. I first of all like to thank all the audience, and because it's a great interactive session, and most of the questions have been answered. If some questions are left, we'll try to answer, send them the answer to that. And in case anybody has a question which has not been brought forward, he can send us. We'd like to answer all the questions. But there are many issues which need a thought-provoking, like what Dr. Tyagi mentioned about the air quality. Yes. So similar, this is what was mentioned in the morning while talking about the framing of standards by Dr. Deshpande and Dr. Rakesh Kumar also. Yeah, so now we need to give a thought that how standards need to be framed. Because presently we are talking about compliance, we are not talking about best available technologies. from framing standard. So we need to review it, and this is what has come out when we talk about the standards. And even the Honorable Justice Swatendra Kumar mentioned that yes, the technology is missing, the information on the technology is missing, the awareness is missing, the impacts of the standards are missing many times with the regulatory authority, and there are a lot of gaps. So we need to look at how we bridge the gap and come out with standards which are realistic, beneficial, and does not have co-impacts. Co-benefits can be there, but co-impact should not be there. As what has been pointed out while talking about the standards for SO2 is that CO2 generation will be there, limestone requirement will be there, transportation limestone will be there, gypsum generation, water pollution, and the more coal requirement for supplementary. So this has come out with given us some thought, yes, how to work on the standard, and we would like to compile all this information and forward to the concerned authorities that yes, they can look into that so that we can do a better duty. The regulator can do a better duty towards environmental protection, and which also safeguards the industry, the population, public, and has a sustainable environmental development. So thanks very much for that, and thanks to all the audience. Thanks very much, and thank you, Mr. Bansal, for all this compilation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. And last but not the least, requesting Mr. Nyati to give us his thoughts and maybe vote of thanks. Nyati sir.
Thank you very much, Bansal. First of all, I must say this has been a good day in terms of both presentation as well as the quality of questions. So I'm indeed very thankful to everybody, particularly Mr. Kamyotra for floating the idea of having a webinar on this very subject. The first thought that comes to my mind is not the question of which Mr. Tyagi said, whether we are at any place violating the ambient air quality standard. That's a good point. But at the same time, we should also look at, has there been any data of adverse health impacts of the present SO2 levels in human beings, biota, or wherever else, which unfortunately is not documented and is not available. Therefore, the whole debate is how the standards came into being. This is where I thought it was a brilliant presentation by Dr. Ajay Deshpande. And I'm extremely grateful to him for making that presentation as well as to Dr. Rakesh Kumar, who threw open the issues, not really concluding whether we need or we don't need. Finally, I must also say this much. In a sense, in his valedictory address, Justice Swatendra Kumar made a point whether we have a coherent policy and wherewithal to implement what we want to do. Now that's a real big question. Therefore, I think regulatory impact assessment is absolutely necessary before we bring out new notifications, new standards, new rules, whether it is on e-waste, hazardous waste, or biodiversity conservation. Desirability can be always argued, but implementability as well as cost to the nation. I'm not against removal of SO2. Are we getting the environmental bang which thermal power plants would spend? After all, it is India's money. Are we getting the commensurate environmental benefit? I think that's the essence of regulatory impact assessment. I must also thank everybody who participated today. Unfortunately, I missed because of the technical glitches in the morning, but I stayed through barring a brief period. I enjoyed as much as you did, and please consider participating in our future webinars and be in touch with Mr. Bansal. We are trying to change the environmental and waste management scenario in the country through the association. Hopefully, we'll make positive moves in the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And again, thanks everybody in the audience and participants. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.